Good evening. It is Monday, February 10th, 2025. And this is a meeting of the Southborough Planning Board. The Planning Board is now in session. And we have 4 members here in the hearing room, and Mr. Stein is on Zoom. The first item on the agenda is a public hearing, proposed accessory dwelling unit bylaw and regulations. Any update, Karina?
Yeah, I'll do a really quick update. Town Council Jay Talaman is here to answer some of the questions that Planning Board had. Make sure it's not, okay. So this public hearing for a zoning amendment was opened on the January 27th Planning Board meeting, and we have a draft bylaw. In the interim, actually after that meeting, the EOHLC posted an official set of regulations dated January 31st, 2025, which I sent around to everybody. I don't believe there were significant changes in it. There was some text deleted that was like just extra text that didn't need to be there, but I didn't look through it fully. So if there's any questions on that, maybe Jay can answer. There was a question from Southborough Public Access Committee about if rental units need to be handicap accessible, and Building Commissioner Chris Lund explained in several emails that it's not at this point. Okay. I also provided, I sent the draft bylaw again to the Board of Health, Dennis Costello, and there's another inspector there. Sent it to Chris Craig. I haven't heard back yet, but I know they've been in and out and kind of busy. Then also we got comment from the DPW, actually the building commissioner, who had some questions about this change that stands out for him is the gross floor area definition. They added language to exclude garage parking areas to the calculation. A 900 square foot dwelling with 2 or 3 car garage looks to be allowed by right. That was an opinion he had based on the new regulation. Just comments that came in.
Okay.
Right, wrong, or indifferent. The latest draft of the bylaw version was originally provided by Jay Talaman, and then Mike Robbins and Mimi Luttrell had provided some edits to it, and that's the most recent copy in Dropbox. There were questions that the Planning Board had asked me to follow up with Town Council. 6 of them. The first one being consider a 2-way approach to the ADU zoning amendment by leaving the existing accessory apartments, 174-9B, as is for unprotected ADUs, and adding the new required protected ADU bylaw for accessory dwelling units that fall under the new mandate. That was probably the main comment, also from Mike Robbins and Lara Davis, and also Chris Lund, the building commissioner, because they're, if this protected ADU bylaw goes in as is, it removes the accessory apartments that we do have, that section of the bylaw. So it would be prohibiting anything that doesn't meet the protected ADU bylaw. All right, and that's where we are. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Jay. Hi, Jesse. Welcome. So I guess the first question I would ask, Jay, is there any issue with just leaving our accessory apartment special permit as is, and then just adding this as a protected ADU and having both of them?
I would probably recommend that you take the things that you like from the existing accessory apartment one and including them in this section or in a companion section. I think there are some things in the existing one that alongside this one would create too much of a Venn diagram, too much overlap, too much conflict. I spoke to Karina about this today a little bit. She mentioned it. I hadn't been previously aware that it was of interest. And my thought is that if you want to have a second version, like some things larger than 900 square feet or accessory dwellings in a different zone than the single family zones, then go ahead and do it. But I would do it in here because I think you could do it pretty more compactly and more easily understood by the users of the bylaw in here. So we could add another section that said, about non-protected ADUs, or we could come up with the right nomenclature for that and state that those kinds of ADUs would be allowed by special permit, things more than 900 square feet, for example. So there's, I think that would be cleaner and neater, and not hard to do. You just have to essentially just highlight what you like in the other ADUs and what your thresholds are going to be, how big they could be, and any differences between them and the protected ADUs, and then identify a process, whether it's special permit or otherwise, that you want to go with. It could just be site plan review. It could be a special permit. And if there's any specific criteria over and above specialized special permit criteria, you could do that as well.
So if we did that, would that require a two-thirds at town meeting instead of the majority?
An interesting question. I haven't been confronted with that, but in that the definition for accessory dwelling units for the purposes of the new ADU stuff is certainly majority, then maybe that would be the default and everything different. I'd have to look at the language for that, because I think the language for the quantum of vote section as amended under section 5 of chapter 48 more just kind of generically talks about accessory dwelling units. But we could look at that question. We could always still have it be part of the same section, but have it be separate articles at town meeting as well.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Mr. Stein, any questions?
Okay, thanks for coming in. So just to sort of a follow-up to what Mimi was just talking about, just so I understand, for the by right, that's a simple majority.
Yes.
And you're suggesting that we now do a second warrant article.
I would say if you wanted to do a second one and the quantum of vote was 2/3, then I would do it as a second article. If I look at it and say, no, they're both a simple majority, even though it's ADUs by special permit, then do it all in one article.
Okay, so this is sort of pending your further
I hadn't thought about it. I think it's a really interesting question that Mimi raises, and I'm going to look into it.
Okay, so we'll wait to hear from you on that. Yeah. As far as pre-existing non-conforming.
Yeah, tough question, tough issue.
Would you care to
Sure.
opine?
Yes, so this is an ongoing discussion. Just kind of anecdotally, this is an issue that we have thought about when we were drafting some bylaws for towns that went and got them approved this past fall. So by my way of thinking, the accessory dwelling unit statute, thank you. So yes, that's it. So the accessory dwelling unit statute is a use statute under the Dover Amendment, Section 3 of Chapter 40A, and gives by right status to certain qualified ADUs. There's no question about that. But if you are attaching an ADU to a pre-existing non-conforming structure, and or whatever you're attaching to a pre-existing non-conforming single-family structure or duplex or whatever, that is going to have to go through a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals under a different statute. So the way we approached it was, you can't, through this new, unless they had language to the contrary, through this statute, change what another statute says. They would have had to be clear on that. So the way we've approached it is to include provisions in a bylaw, and whether we include it or not, we would reach the same conclusion, but include provisions that say, okay, if you have a pre-existing non-conforming single-family house that doesn't comply with a setback, any kind of addition to that of any kind of size is going to have to get a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. That's just law. And so what we have done to make it clear to users of the bylaw, because we think we should make things clear, is that you got to get a special permit, but we can't consider the use, the ADU use. We're just looking at the bulk and dimensional additions to see if it's more detrimental to the neighborhood from a structural standpoint, not a use standpoint. We have to approach that kind of use blind, but that's the way we've kind of approached it. Now, I spoke to the Attorney General in like October, maybe even September about that, and the Attorney General agreed with me. So I started including that. EOHLC, which is not the Attorney General that has to review the bylaws, but they're a regulatory agency and frankly not as up on municipal matters as the Attorney General is, wasn't quite sure how to deal with that. So their new regulations are kind of a little all over the map on it, but they don't address it squarely. I was at the Mass Municipal Conference 3 weeks ago, I guess, and I was actually, we have a booth at that conference, and it was very close to the Attorney General's booth, and the new regs came down that day. And I walked over and I said, have you seen these? And they said, no, this is the first. And I go, well, they didn't address this issue, which you wanted them to address. And they agreed that it's still out there as an issue that they would like to address. And I said, well, I don't think you can come out a different way on this because you can't change another statute. So they haven't yet ruled on any of the ADU bylaws that we worked on in the fall. They've gotten some extensions at the AG's office, so we're waiting to hear from them. So this language that you're seeing on the screen, I mean, I suppose they could go another way. I think that would be wrong. And there's nothing in the regs or the statute that mandates that they go another way. So we kept this in because I think it's important for homeowners of pre-existing non-conforming structures to understand what happens when they want to add an ADU on if their structure's already non-conforming. So
Okay.
kind of a long-winded approach.
No,
to
that's good. That was good. So just reading back to you, boiling it down a little bit, the pre-existing non-conforming is going to have to go the path of special permit for the structure, not for the use. But a special permit nevertheless, rather than by right.
Well, so again, I think that you can't really use the term by right because the use is by right, the structural change is not by right. I will add to that, and I don't think this is actually the right section because I think this applies to conversions of existing accessory structures. I think there's a provision down further in the bylaw that addresses this right there, F. I think that the even more confusing thing about this, Jesse, is that if you are doing a detached ADU on that same lot as a pre-existing non-conforming structure, because the new regs say that you can't regulate lot area for ADUs, and I think that that's wrong, but I kind of, there's nothing I can do about that regulation. that one would still be at by right. So you could plunk a detached 900 square foot unit on that lot, subject to all the other things you have to do for detached. But you couldn't do an attached without a special permit. And that is kind of the reverse of the way we see in kind of normal zoning, but that's how we read it. So it's kind of a unique animal here. So I just wanted to add that there's that additional caveat to it. Because you're not changing the non-conforming structure, you're adding a new conforming accessory structure.
And just to tie this into Mimi's question, would we therefore be putting pre-existing non-conforming with attached ADUs in another, in that parallel path?
No, I think it goes in this path. I think it's still regulating the by right ADUs. Because again, as you can see in section F, this is a use blind thing. It doesn't change it. This goes more along the lines of dimensional controls than anything else.
Okay, I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Yeah, I
That's it for
know.
me.
I wish I had something more definitive. I did last week have a conversation with the municipal law unit of the Attorney General's office and said, look, we are right now drafting these bylaws for Springtown meeting. So we really need to have this additional guidance. So if I hear of something, I'll be sure to let everyone know immediately.
All set, Jesse?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Houlihan?
Thank you. Thanks, Jay, for joining us. I think the biggest challenge is going to be taking this language and converting it for people to understand what it means, because it is a lot of legalese, and it just doesn't roll off your tongue, and it's not easy to digest. So I think that's just a note for us as we prepare for town meeting on this. The one question that I had was actually Chris Lund had responded around the new EOHLC, and his comment was that a 900 square foot dwelling with a 2 to 3 car garage would be allowed by right. And in our definitions for gross floor area, it excludes garage parking areas. So I guess I do not understand Chris's interpretation that a 900 square foot dwelling would be with a 2 to 3 car garage, because I think we've tried to specifically call out, if you need a garage to be built with a 900 by right square foot dwelling unit, you would need to get you'd need to get the appropriate permits for the garage. So is there, do you have perspective on that, Jay?
Yeah, I didn't read anything in the regulations to say that we have to include a garage. There are certain requirements in and around parking in the regs in the statute where you can only mandate one space, and you can mandate zero space. You can only mandate 0 spaces for something that's within a half mile of mass transit. But there's nothing in there that speaks specifically to garages, as far as I understand it. They just talk about parking generally. And so, I'm not sure the fact that a gross square foot includes certain things, including potentially basements. I'm not sure I would read it to include garages, but even if I did, I don't think that we have to allow of either a freestanding or an attached garage in addition to what may already exist on a property without a special permit. I don't read that as being required.
Thank you. I would agree with that. And that's my worry, is that we have a perspective that says it would be a by right to have a garage on there.
And
I
it's
don't-
by
I
the
just
building
can't
commissioner.
By the
find
building
that.
Who gives
commissioner.
who gives the building permit. Yeah,
Yeah.
so the gross floor area excluded garages, but my understanding is that's figuring the gross floor area on the principal dwelling to figure out what 50% is. And it doesn't
Yeah.
include the garage.
Well, I think they throw the term. I am not a fan of these regulations, and I I've told the EOHLC that I thought their drafting was poor in some respects. Their grammar is poor in some respects. It was kind of disappointing. I thought they rushed it. They didn't involve municipal people to come up with them. So it was disappointing. But I think that when they use the term gross floor area, even though they're using it initially with respect to the existing single or two-family house or the primary, what they think they call the principal dwelling, they use the same term when they're referring to the ADUs. So the only thing I can infer from that is they want it to be interpreted in the same way when that the ADUs in the calculation of the 900 square feet are going to be, it's going to be the same standard. If they intended a different standard to apply, then they could have said that, but they didn't. And that would also be wicked confusing to have two different standards for what gross floor area means, one for a principal dwelling and one for an ADU. I think they were trying to capture more square footage on the principal dwelling so they could be a bigger ADU, but in the same token, they kind of hurt the ADUs because usable basement area may count towards that 900 square feet, which may have the result of shrinking some ADUs that have a basement.
Thank you. Mr. Maria?
Hi, Jay, it's Debbie. Jay, I
Hi.
just a question. I was looking at listings in Westboro, and I noticed this has to do with primary dwellings. So there was a small historic home for sale, and the listing said, this could be your ADU. You could build a new house on this property. And I thought, So in that situation, could someone just build a house on the property and say, I'm building a new house, and that other little thing's going to be my ADU? How would
Yeah,
that work?
I don't think, it's an interesting question. If you could do it in reverse, I hadn't thought of that. If you wanted to do a new primary structure and have the existing one serve as the ADU, the way they structure it is they're talking about you can build something that is an accessory dwelling unit to what already exists. So I think thinking through that from a logic perspective, I'm not sure how you would get a building permit unless, again, the local bylaw allowed for it to do the switcheroo, so to speak. I don't know how you would get a building permit for it and then switch the two. I think you can make certainly a provision within the zoning bylaw to do that, but it's going to be used very infrequently because how many homes in Southborough are 900 square feet or less that you would then be able to, on the same lot, do an 1,800 square foot primary structure. But it's possible to do it, but from a logic perspective, I don't think it fits with the way the state has approached it. It's a unique question, though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Braccio?
Thank you. Jay, welcome. It's nice to see you tonight. My question is actually for Mimi. Karina had sent a note to Jay on the 28th listing 6 things we were looking to get discussion points for tonight. Were you planning to go through? I think we've gone through 3 of them already.
So
I have it.
why don't-
I can pass it
I
down.
don't.
That's fine.
I don't have that in front of me. Why don't we go through them, or if you want to put them up there, I'm happy to go through them. I looked for that email earlier today and I didn't see it. Maybe it's just because we had so many emails, but on other things too. So I'm happy to go. I mean, use the time right now to do it. It might not take very long.
Oh, okay. So the first one we answered, and that was the leaving the current bylaw for accessory apartments in place. So we.
Okay.
The next one, would it be considered an unreasonable regulation to prohibit mobile homes or trailers as, to be used as protected ADUs?
I don't think it would be unreasonable. I think you would have to make sure your definitions in your bylaw kind of manage that a little bit. I think we would want to add something to the definitions in terms of fixing it to the ground. I mean, I have worked with towns not in and around the ADU stuff, but in and around other bylaws to differentiate between manufactured and transient kind of housing structures and fixed housing structures. So I think it's possible. I don't think there's other definitions and statutes in and around manufactured housing, so, or in mobile housing. I think we could probably, if you had an interest in making sure that trailers didn't qualify, and Chris may have some thoughts on this too, because from a code perspective, he may have some different thoughts on this. I think we could work that into the, either into this bylaw or into your bylaw as a whole, so that when we're defining what an accessory dwelling could be, that it wouldn't include trailers, or it would include trailers if that's what you were interested in.
I think we want to prohibit trailers.
Okay. I think we could work on something there, on that. Let me give it some thought, and I'll return, either a separate bylaw or a red line to this bylaw and on that. But I don't think it'd be particularly difficult, and I don't think it would be an unreasonable regulation.
Okay. And then we asked about the trigger for the 2/3.
Yeah.
Oh, and we had wanted the abbreviated site plan approval to be with the planning board instead of the Board of Appeals, because we kind of do that already.
Sure.
Okay. And then clarification on section F, which we just got. So we've gone through this. I have a couple other questions. Can an ADU be sold as a condominium?
So this is a question that has not been answered yet. And we actually, in my office itself, have had some disagreement on this. I think there's, and I'm of a couple of minds. So the idea that you can't condo it springs from the notion that, well, accessory itself means that it's accessory to the main dwelling and should be rented. And there's a school of thought on that, which I think there's some surface value to that argument. There's other schools of thought that say, no, the accessory component is the fact that it's a smaller unit and the relationship doesn't matter. And furthermore, there's nothing in the Zoning Act that talks about the regulation of tenancy of rental or home ownership. And there's certainly examples, there's a lot of duplexes out there that are condoed, so it's not impossible to do that. I don't have an answer for that. We have asked the Attorney General to clarify that, and EOHLC too. EOHLC did not, they chose not to address it in the regs, and I don't see it as fitting in with any of the categories of unreasonable regulation under the regs. So I do have some towns that felt strongly about saying that it couldn't be condoed, that it had to be in the same ownership. It didn't have to be owner occupied, because we can't do that. But but it did have to be a rental unit. So I don't know ultimately what the Attorney General is going to do with that. They couldn't answer that question for me either. I will say that personally, I kind of am on the side of, from a just strictly legal, not policy, that we can't regulate whether it's rental or ownership, but one or more probably of my partners takes the other view that no, they're accessory, they have to be rented, or a town could insist that they be rented. So I don't have any clarity on that, but I don't see any prohibition from regulating that, except the notion that can we regulate under zoning whether people rent or own? I guess is an open question.
Did you have a question on this, on condoing, Jesse?
Yeah, so Jay, it would seem, based on my understanding of real estate, that these are still deeded single-family homes. They're not, when somebody who owns a single-family residence adds an ADU, it's not, doesn't become a multifamily. So you, therefore, from the deed perspective, you wouldn't be converting a 2-unit property into condominiums. It's still a single family.
Yeah, but a deed doesn't really determine the tenancy of a unit. I think what determines the tenancy is how you set it up. There are examples of people turning their single family into a duplex and then establishing a condominium scheme of ownership, and that's totally legal. So it's not a zoning question on that, it's more of a, is there a statute or a scheme that allows you to create a condo where previously a condo didn't exist? And there certainly is. The question is whether or not, if we chose to limit it to rental, the Attorney General might say that's beyond the authority under zoning. I don't know what the Attorney General is going to do. Yet another reason why I said this all should have been worked out before they had a mandate and a deadline for towns to do things on this, but it's an unanswered question.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's it. Thanks.
I have one more question. On C4, ADUs limited to a maximum of 2 stories, I saw that was deleted, and I assume because you can't have any regulations that aren't required of a single family.
Yeah, I don't agree that that regulation is consistent with the statute. So the statute says you can have reasonable dimensional controls over ADUs. It doesn't say they can't be more strict or different than the dimensional controls for the single family house. So I think that this regulation went further than the statute allows them to go, but it's in the regulation. So I would be foolish to recommend to a town, unless they wanted to fight it in court, that they adopt a regulation or a bylaw that's inconsistent with the regulation. So that's why
So could we limit it to a maximum of 2.5 stories, which is what our single-family homes are limited to?
yeah, I think what we'd say, and I'm not sure where the dimensional stuff is, ADU shall comply with all, so go down again, all, any and all frontage, setback, height, lot width, and lot coverage requirements as may be applicable to single-family homes.
So I was talking about C4 was deleted. Oh, there, yeah. That's what I was referring to. Oh, okay. So it's covered there, so we don't need to do it
Yeah.
again? Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Good. Yes, sir.
John Bottolini, 4 Wire Circle. Jay, when you were talking about attached. You said pre-existing non-conforming, and then you said attached. And I'd like to get a clarification, because what if you had a pre-existing non-conforming and you didn't add anything to it. You just divided the house up, say, one story, and then the first floor is one and the second floor is another, or some other.
Yeah, no special permit there, because you're not expanding, enlarging the exterior envelope. So we don't regulate, so there's a few things under 40A Section 3, we don't regulate the interior generally. But here, that would be by right. There is a provision in the regs that seems to speak to that issue. So we definitely, I would take the position that if you're not enlarging or altering the exterior envelope of that pre-existing non-conforming structure, but you're just rearranging the interior, that is not a special permit. There's going to be a multitude of code issues probably, but you're not doing anything that would trigger Chapter 40A, Section 6 review of that.
I've worked on pre-existing non-conforming before. Usually the building inspectors say if you're not making it more non-conforming, so then they give you a permit. They don't make you do any variances or anything else. Would that adhere to the accessory dwelling units? So if you're
Well,
not making, you say you just can't meet the frontage setback, but you can add on to the building in the back and meet all the other requirements.
That would depend on the bylaws in the town. So
Okay.
in most towns, if you were for a single or two-family house, if you were adding on to it, if it was not conforming, say, with the front setback, but you were adding on to the back, if you were adding on some steps, fine. If you were adding on anything of any kind of size, that would still be a special permit. If you were creating a new nonconformity, it would be a variance. So that's a different question altogether. But if you're just adding on generally, if you were adding on 900 square feet, even if every bit of the 900 square feet was conforming on the back side and the only non-conforming part was on the front side, that's generally, in most towns, unless the town speaks to it specifically, going to be a special permit requirement.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Do you have any questions or comments, Mike?
Good morning, Mike Robbins, 47 Deerfoot, just sitting as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals and also as a citizen. No, Jay, whoever drafted these, the same people, they used the same people when they redid the homestead statute. It's just, it's unnecessary. But I agree with most of Jay's provisions. With respect to condominiums, the way I read the regulations is it speaks to a self-contained housing unit exclusive of sleeping facilities on the same lot as the principal dwelling. I think if there's any ambiguity, we should definitely add that to our bylaws. I read this very clearly as this is a structure, whether it's attached or detached, just for the sake of condominiums, let's say it's detached. It's accessory. The moment you try to detach it, now it's no longer accessory, and I think is defeating the language and intent of the bylaws, which was to add rental housing or accessory for families, where if you condoized it, now it's a market, and I think that the definitions speak to same lot.
I think it's a really good argument, Mike. I mean, I don't like to argue with you ever, so.
Lawyers never do.
No, but I think we're really right there. I want to follow up on what Jack was mentioning. So I think if we add to the nonconformity of the house, that is where either a special permit or a variance. But again, just for the sake of people who know, if there's a pre-existing non-conforming, so like I have a detached accessory building right now, I'm not adding to the non-conform, that structure is in existence, there is. The only thing I'd be changing in that case would be the use as an accessory dwelling unit. To me, that would be allowed by right, because I'm not adding to the non-conformity. The structures are all staying the same, but it's a pre-existing
You're just
non-conforming structure.
rearranging the interior, correct?
Yeah, well, yeah. And so in that case, I don't think, any type of special permit, that would be allowed by right. But once you add to the nonconformity, that's where I think you lose the protected status of an ADU. That's my understanding. So if you have a property, I'll use my next door neighbor, they have a garage, they want to convert that to an ADU, that's a pre-existing non-conforming structure, they're not adding to any additional structure. To me, that would be allowed by right without a special permit and/or variance, depending on its location. But if they were to build that space, that's when you lose that protected right because you're not complying with the dimensional requirements of that zoning district.
I mean, that's how we drafted this up.
That's how I read it, and that's how I
Yep.
understand it, but I just wanted
Yep.
clarity, just to Marnie's point, when we go to town meeting, I just want to make sure we're all on the same kind of like talking points.
Right. What we did here, when we were working on this, Mike, when you and I and Mimi, I think we're all on those emails, is we kind of had a little bit of pocket grandfathering on some of the dimensional stuff here. That if
Exactly.
you're messing around with the envelope of an old barn on your property, but you're just converting it to an ADU,
Yeah.
great, as long as you stick to 900 square feet or below.
Exactly.
And then, but if you're gonna add to it, it's because it's a really tiny barn, then and it's non-conforming,
You immediately switch into an unprotected, and you can seek for your variance/special
Correct.
approval.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think the only thing that I don't know if it was Jesse that brought it up or the condo question. I hadn't even thought of it because the way I read it, it's so unambiguous, but I think it's important we protect ourselves from that exact set of circumstances. And then
Cool.
we've already addressed the 2 stories. So I think we're right there.
So I can draft and you guys can either take it out or put it in. I can draft because I have it in some other bylaws that they have to be owned by the same entity. And, so for rental purposes. So I'll put that in there. And then the next time you take a look at it, you could always take it out if you want.
Yeah, and I think what we want to do, maybe I'll take a look at it as well, is just make sure that our definition for accessory dwelling units states that it is accessory to the primary dwelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to put an, I'm sure we do, but I just want to belt and suspender that.
Right.
But no, I think we're right there. But that's it.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions on accessory dwelling units?
No hands raised.
No
in the
hands
attendee
raised.
list.
Thank you, Jay, this was very helpful.
Oh, you're welcome.
So we all set with ADUs? We have a shared parking question for you, Jay, if you could stick around for a minute.
Sure.
For the next
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. So I assume just on ADUs that you're not closing the hearing and that we're gonna keep looking at some slight amendments just so you can figure out what you may want to do.
Yep, it stays, we usually keep them open until town meeting or through town meeting.
Okay. Might I also suggest on the issue, Mimi, that was raised earlier about kind of importing some of the provisions from your existing bylaw that the board, I assume the board's comfortable if I work with you and Karina to get some language in shape for your next review of this?
Sure, that would be awesome.
Okay, good.
Okay, anything else on ADU? All right, next item on the agenda is another public hearing, proposed amendments for shared parking. Karina?
So similar to the ADU bylaw public hearing, This public hearing for zoning amendment for shared parking language in 174-9 special permits and 174-12 for parking and loading started on January 26th.
Mimi, can I interrupt for just 1 second?
Sure.
Should we take a vote to continue the public hearing?
Oh,
On the
shoot,
ADU?
yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thanks, Lisa.
Sorry, yes, we need to continue the public hearing on the
ADU.
accessory dwelling units.
So I propose to move the 6:30 public hearing, continue proposed accessory dwelling units, ADU bylaw and regulations to 6:30, February 24th, 2025.
No, that would be, sorry. I thought you said June
So-
30th. I was like, wait, sorry.
I don't think I said June 30th.
So continue the public hearing till
February
February
24th.
24.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Brashear, yes.
Stein, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Jesse, we're lost without you.
Removing it.
Now on to the next hearing, shared parking.
We added a line at the very end saying there'd be a special permit required for shared parking. And then the language that was added by Jay's review of the draft bylaw. So I posed the question based on last meeting. I've attached your most recent, so that you can be prepared. The planning board may want you to also speak to their questions on this topic, specifically regarding whether to keep the shared parking special permit approach or not via a special permit, but via findings and conditions in the decision. So that was the lingering question, whether to keep the shared parking as a special permit granted by the planning board during major site plan approval.
Did you want to speak to that?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I think the point was that we didn't feel we should make proponents go through any more obligations and that it shouldn't be a special permit process. It should just be part of our process versus a special permit.
And my question was, as site plan is non-discretionary, does that mean that we would have to accept any shared parking proposal? And is that why we would want to have a special permit for such a thing? Question to you, Jay.
Oh, okay. So I normally do see it as a special permit. And for those reasons, if you had a set of parameters whereby certain conditions had to be met in order for them to even approach it in site plan review, I think that that's possible. And I certainly appreciate the issue that we want to promote site plan review. I mean, we want to promote shared parking where it works, so let's not add additional processes and that amount to special permits, which are more easily appealed and can be long, ugly hearings sometimes. So I support that basic principle, but I do worry sometimes that with shared parking, two things. One, what seems like it may work on paper may not really work in practice, and that's why you have traffic analysts and you go through that process and you want to reserve the right to say no. And two, that issues with parking are so changeable. Like I've been doing this for 25 to both closer to 30 years now, and I think Karina can probably attest to this too. the way we think about parking now is so different than the way we thought about it 30 years ago, 10 years ago. So that's why I kind of generally see it as a special permit. That said, if this was pretty tight bylaw and you had exact specific things of when it could apply or not apply, rather than it being kind of loose, like, hey, we'll take a look at it and see if it works, then I think site plan does serve a lot of great purposes, because we're promoting less pavement through shared parking, and we're promoting business and economic opportunity, because you don't have to always be chasing parking spaces. So I see it both ways. I usually default to the thing that's going to be more protective and more control for a board and a town. And if a town wants to take their foot off the gas pedal a little bit and make it a little easier, then I'm totally comfortable with that too. It's your choice. I just wanted to start with the most conservative approach and allow you to back into something if you wanted a little more liberalized, if that's the way you wanted to approach it.
Thank you. Mr. Stein, any questions?
So I think for the last discussion on this was very productive, and it seemed like the consensus of the board was and others will of course correct me if I'm mistaken here, but it seemed like we were more or less in agreement that this was onerous and unnecessary in terms of requiring a special permit, when this would really only be used in order of conditions on a site plan review. And our site plan reviews, for as long as I've been on this board, have been very thorough, extraordinarily thorough, really. So I feel that, Jay, unless you have a really compelling reason for us to go in a different direction on this, we would make this, merely written in as something that the planning board has the authority to condition for in a site plan review. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Jesse, I think it's totally fine. This is entirely a policy question, and it's actually really good policy, as I mentioned. So this could easily be kind of geared without really changing much of the substance of it, just to be part of the site plan process, where you get a chance to review it. So no problem. I have no problem with that from a legal perspective, or I'm not, there's no alarm bells going off as to how there could be parking Armageddon, where people are going to use this. So.
Ms. Houlihan?
Yeah, so I guess then that raises the question, is this even a bylaw requirement if it'll be a condition of a site plan?
So I think there are certain parameters that have to be met that are in the bylaw.
The revised bylaw?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll just change the language just to remove any kind of special permit language.
Yeah. Well, you were going to look at that, right, Jay, to make sure that if we
Yeah.
remove special permit, that we're covered. So
Yeah, I
there's
can do
not
that.
parking Armageddon.
That's right.
Thank you.
I will. That's an easy change for me to do from the last draft. I'll make sure. I think I have your last draft, but I'll make sure Karina gets it to me, and we'll put it together.
Great, thanks. Ms. DeMaria? Ms. Braccio?
No questions either.
Anybody in the audience on shared parking? Anybody in Zoom land?
No hands raised. Let me double check. No hands raised.
Okay.
10 attendees.
So we'll look forward to a updated bylaw without a special permit as a part of the site plan review.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
And you'll continue this one to the same date, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for the reminder. I make a motion to continue the public hearing for proposed zoning amendments for shared parking, 174-9 and 174-12, to February 24th, 2025 at 6:30 PM.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Brascio, yes?
Stein, yes?
Okay, moving on. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing. 250 Turnpike Road, Contractor's Yard Building Major Site Plan Approval, and 250 Turnpike Road, Contractor's Yard Building Special Permit for Lower Impact Development. Karina, can you bring us up to date?
I just brought it up.
Any return envelopes?
I gave all of them to Colleen.
Colleen? Okay, good. That's fine. Okay. So, this is the opening of the public hearing. So I'll read the legal ad. This is the legal ad for the lower impact development special permit. Public hearing notice for 250 Turnpike Road, Assessors Map 27, Parcel 2-A. For Section 174-13.3 special permit, lower impact development of the Southborough zoning code, the Planning Board of the Town of Southborough shall hold a public hearing on Monday, February 10th, 2025 at 7 p.m. in the Thomas J. McAuliffe Hearing Room, second floor, Townhouse 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass. To consider the application of FD 250 Turnpike LLC regarding the property at 250 Turnpike Road for a special permit for lower impact development lid. The public hearing is regarding a proposed contractor's yard with a 14,400 square foot new building that will house 10 contractor bays on the parcel, which is located in an industrial zoning district and residence A zoning district. Copy of the application and plans can be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours or online at the Agenda Center at www.southboroughma.gov, Agenda Center, Planning Board-Board-29. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join the hearing by going online to www.southboroughmass.gov/674/virtual-meetings. Mimi Luttrell, Chair, Southborough Planning Board. The legal ad was run in the Metro West Daily News on January 27th, and February 3rd is required. Towns and agencies were notified. The proponent has provided as many green cards and white mailing receipts as he was able to receive. Do you know if you got them all?
The one I just handed you makes 13 out of 16, so there are 3 outstanding.
Okay, if they come in, just
Of course.
give them to us. Because we're transitioning, we have transitioned to a new on-call consultant. That contract was signed on January 29th, was actually finalized.
Thank you.
Okay, and so following that weekend on Monday, February 3rd, I had Niche Engineering come in, the project manager, and I downloaded the applications for him onto a flash drive because there's so much information there for both the storage facility project on the site in order to get a scope and fee for the bond reduction. Okay? And also to review the new lid application for the contractor's yard building, which we're also considering submission number 5 for the site plan.
Correct.
So that is all in the hands of Niche Engineering right now. I'm waiting for task orders. As soon as they come in, I'll forward them to you.
Excellent, thank you.
All right? Okay. We were moving on that pretty quick. It took a while to get the on-call thing going, so. Let me just see if there were any, submission number 5. So that was also distributed to town departments for their review. We have not received any town department comments. Yes, we did get from Conservation, I believe. Let me see here. No, I take that back. I'm confusing it with another one. I'm a little off my game tonight, sorry. Attorney Banan has signed a extension request to continue to the next public hearing date of February 24th.
Well,
I believe you,
I signed an extension request continuing it to this hearing date, but the date of action is February 28th. I'm assuming we'll have to extend that, I'm thinking to April 22nd, so it matches up with the lid deadline.
yeah, that extension was actually supposed to have that already, but it went out the door with it. So we'll get you that.
Not a problem.
Okay. All right, a couple things here. Okay. I did get, I just want you to be aware of it, that I did get some information from the DCR that was sent to me. I think it was part of the 40B input
Okay.
for 250 Turnpike, which clarified how far you need to be with the septic system from the wetlands, which are the detention basins, because the conservation considers those wetlands.
I see.
I think you must have a copy of that already, because it came through,
From the DCR,
yeah.
I'm unsure, but does that relate to the 40B or the contractor's yard, just so I'm clear?
Well, I'm just pointing it out that it could apply to the contractor's yard.
I
too.
see.
So just be aware, maybe have the engineer look at it and see if it affects that. Did you want to say something to that? Okay. Only because I saw it in there, because somebody,
I'm not sure if we received a copy of that. If you could forward that to us?
yeah, I think James Techo got it.
Oh, okay.
He said attached is a brief letter, Howard Stein Hudson's comment. So Howard Stein Hudson had a comment about that, because I think they thought, they weren't sure if your plans were showing 50 feet. And the DCR said they confirmed you have to be 100 feet, because it's tributary to a surface drinking water supply.
Yes, I now recall what you're referring to.
Okay.
Thank you. Is it the DCR or DEP?
It's the DCR.
Okay.
Yeah, it was, I can tell you the name. It's our usual contact there. Kelly Frieda, Regional Director of the Wachusett Sudbury Region DCR, Division of Water Supply.
Thank you.
Okay, I think James has it, and I thought you were.
I'll follow up with him tomorrow.
But I just want to make, so you don't miss that,
Yep, thank you.
so that you're on top of that. Okay, all the prior comments, I think, were provided back in November from the building department. And there were no new comments at this time. Yep, that's it. So there were no new comments, but they will be once we hear back on this new submission.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm a little.
Thank you.
thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Take it away.
George Bonan, here on behalf of the applicant FD 250 Turnpike LLC. I'll correct Karina on one thing. It is no longer a 14,400 square foot building. We've added a second floor mezzanine that takes up about a third of the interior. So now it's a total of 19,200. We did that to just allow for more space to store contractor yard materials. It's in the new architectural plans. A102 is the sheet page.
Do you think you could supply me with one full-size set of those?
One full size?
Only half-size architecture?
Yes, absolutely.
We can just, so people can look at it.
Beyond that, I don't have anything new to add. I think we're all very familiar with the project at this point. We're just waiting for Niche to review what's in front of them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stein?
Thanks, Mimi. I think I'm going to hold off on questions until peer review. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan?
Thanks, Attorney Banan, for coming in. My only question was, I know we had said photographs of the forested area. So I reviewed all of that you submitted on January 2nd. And thank you. I think the challenge for me is it's completely out of context.
Okay.
I have no idea what this is. And so you have like, at least, 11 pictures, and it's just hard to contextualize what I'm looking at. If there's any way for even just a handwritten note to explain like what the picture is taken of. So it's because you're referencing it for both waivers 1 and 2.
Yep.
And so I just need a little bit of clarity on that.
If the board is all right, I'll maybe retake photos, because at this point I can't go back and maybe I won't be able to identify where I took the pictures. So I'm happy to take new pictures at this point and provide a caption at the bottom. Does that work?
I'm not sure the winter scape is going to help, is it? Because
Well, I can tell you what we used to do when I worked as an engineer. We would just take an aerial and do a little circle with picture 1. So you show where you stood and you point the arrow. You can even draw it on the plan, hand draw it. So you know that picture 1 is standing here, looking this way.
I can do my best with the existing photos if you'd like. I mean, it's not like I don't remember exactly where I stood, but to the extent they need to be 100% accurate, I'm not sure I could do that, but I'll be happy to try, and we can test it out next hearing. Does that work?
yeah, I mean, my perspective, I'd also just point to members of the board. I think just to understand, like, are we looking south, southwest?
I understand.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's just really hard to
That I could speak
contextualize,
to.
and so I think if you can do that and we can kind of put a perspective on it, I mean, it'd be great, honestly, if you did have a drone and took just a landscape picture to be able to say these are kind of where the pictures are. It'd be
Yep.
fabulous, but,
Would a Google Maps, like an aerial Google Maps, work?
oh, yeah.
That's what we used to use.
So I have comments on this particular thing that may make pictures a moot point. So I don't know if you want to wait for my comment to go through the board, or... So we'll get back to this. Anything else?
No, that's all I had. Thanks.
Ms. DeMaria.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Ms. Braccio.
I have no questions at this time.
If I may, before we move on to you, Chair Luttrell, Ms. Braccio, you had brought up several points during the hearing, you had asked to see a proposed access drive to the 40B. We do have that on the 40B plans, which I'm happy to show you right now. If you'd like me to include that, we can include that on any future plans for the contractor's yard, and you can pass this along, to, no problem.
So George, you're saying you would have James add that to the current site plan?
Yes.
As clarification?
I'll head back to you. This is the proposed access easement right there. Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. What Ms. Braccio has is a depiction of what the access easement will be. It's in red dotted lines. It's 28 feet wide, and any future plans we do will include that, so there's clarification as to where it's going to be. They're currently on the 40B plans.
You ready for me now?
I am ready for you, Chair Luttrell. I'll grab that after.
On the waiver request, there's a request for identifying the 6-inch or more trees, which I don't have an issue with that because it's an existing building and property, and there's a lot of wetlands, and a lot of the trees are in the wetlands, and those aren't going to be touched. The trees on the western property line are, although not depicted on the existing conditions plan as they were in the previous site plan, those are, by condition of the previous site plan, cannot be touched. Also, the existing trees along Route 9, although not depicted on the existing conditions plan as they were on the previous site plan. Those, by condition of the existing site plan, cannot be touched. So I don't have an issue with waiving that particular piece of the landscaping bylaw. The other one, however, I'm adamantly opposed to, especially given that there's a 40B proposed and that screening is absolutely vital, and I would not want to waive any of the screening. Also, I've been over there, and the trees, a lot of the trees that you're showing are on the 40B property, and that whole property is going to be denuded. So I think it's a little disingenuous to show this forested area as why you don't need buffers when those trees are going to all be gone. And as we did with the previous site plan, when existing trees were being used to comply with the bylaw as along Route 9 and the western property line, they were specifically called out and showed on the plans, although they're not showing on the plans now. So those are the waivers. So the landscaping, there's still some non-native plants on the landscape list, the same ones that I brought up on November 4th. And as I mentioned, the existing trees that are required to remain aren't showing on the existing conditions plan. And there's a 10-foot landscape buffer required along the whole side. There's some plantings there, but not complete.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last one?
So there's a side planting area of 10 feet required, 10-foot landscape buffer. And I also, I'm not a landscaper, but
I'm sorry to cut you off before you move forward, but where are you when you refer to the 10-scape side, the 10-foot side landscaping, where on the plan are you referring to? Is it the most easterly part of the property?
yes. So along the eastern side of the building, you have a bunch of trees proposed there that
Yes.
are all clumped right on top of each other? Can trees grow like that?
I'm not a landscaper either, Chair Luttrell. I will have to ask my landscape engineer, but he's a professional who drew it up this way, so I'm assuming yes. I'm assuming this is how they are designed and plan to grow.
Okay, because I've never seen them like that before, and from,
I will double check with him to make sure that they can grow like that.
okay.
Is that Larry Green?
Yes.
Oh, and the loading space, because it's within 50 feet of a residential district, is required to be enclosed? And that was brought up in November
right.
also. And so our parking bylaw requires unobstructed access to and from a street shall be provided and shall not require backing out into a street. And since you have the 40B that has the access road going right through the parking lot, which would require all those parking spaces on the eastern side of the lower lot to park into a street, it would be non-compliant with our bylaw.
Mimi, where is that in the bylaw? Just so I can look it
On
up.
7412C2? Oh, and the ADA compliant spaces were removed from the lower lot?
If that happened, it was inadvertent, so I'll have our engineer review that and make sure that they're there again.
Oh, and it does,
If they are required to be.
yes.
It's- So I'll double check that.
In a portion of that, of the septic for the contractor's yard building is within the 100-foot buffer, so you'll want to look at that.
I think there's some discussion right now as it relates to that, whether these are actually tributaries. And our engineer, James Tatro, is having that discussion with DEP at the moment, which will significantly affect whether the septic has to be, or needs to be relocated. So I'd like to just table that until we determine whether these are tributaries.
Okay. So are these contractors' yard building bays, are they for sale or for lease?
They're for lease.
Oh, okay. So do we want to do like the agreement that we did with the other buildings?
Well, I think what the building commissioner spoke to me about is that there are uses that are allowed in that zone. And if that and it would be addressed by him as they come in. If that use is allowed, then they would proceed down that path. The question is the parking. You know, if you have one use that requires more parking than the other, then how do you control that? That could be controlled by having a site parking plan that you work with the building commissioner to make sure that, you know, you propose one thing that, you know, when something changes, you prove that when you have a change of use, that you prove you have enough parking.
Yes.
So, go ahead.
I actually did this with him recently as it relates to 120 Turnpike.
The office building.
Yes, correct. He wanted a color-coded parking plan that showed which spots are allocated to which buildings and which uses, so I was able to provide that to him. So if he asks for that, I'll be happy to provide the same for this plan.
And I think what Mimi was referring to is, on another very similar project, the attorney provided a protocol for new tenants. Okay, it was 154, 156 Northborough Road. They had 21 contractor bay there, and they provided a one-page, you know, these are the uses that will be going into these spaces, and they define the 4 uses.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Karina. Is this a protocol that I would produce to the town, to the planning board, or is this part of a lease
We
provision?
would attach it to our decision.
Oh, okay.
Planning board wants to go that path, and then the building commissioner would have a copy of it, and then you would provide that when you have a new tenant, you tell them, you know, you have to confirm that that use is allowed there with your protocol. So they had 4 specific uses there. Some with a little bit broader application, but it defined how that one was a little tricky because it said after they move in, then you have to send pictures to prove what's going in there. That was a little messed up. So it should be like, you know, before a tenant moves in, you have to let the building department know what that tenant is, so that he can confirm that use is allowed there. and that you have the parking.
Well, we would only have one use for this building, and that would be contractor shop. They would all have to adhere to that. Was it 154, 156 Northborough a different situation where there were potential multiple uses?
Nope. Same.
So I'm just wondering why, maybe I'm confused, why would,
I can get you a copy of that.
I'd
And
appreciate
you
that.
can look at it and
Perfect.
tell me if and you have to just understand that some of the language we want to upgrade, because it was after the fact that the building commissioner would have a chance to confirm who's moving in once they've already signed a lease. Kind of want to know that the leasee can have the person who's going to lease the space
Mm-hmm.
has a right to be there based on the zoning code. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to.
And we would provide that lease for approval to the
No,
town?
no, no.
Okay,
You provide who's moving in there and what their use is proposed as. So you'd look at the use list under the zone you're in, and you say, these uses are allowed. If someone comes in with a use that's not allowed there, you probably have to turn them away, because they can't
of course.
operate in that zone, right? So you just make sure that the uses that you're listing in your protocol align with the zone you're in. And you can just go to the code and look under, is it business highway?
I believe this is
Hydro-
industrial.
Industrial.
Industrial, okay. So you just look there, and see, and I'll get you that sample.
Okay, thank you.
So is this going to have the same hours as the parking lot, 6A to 10P?
Yes, that's the plan.
And how would that be controlled? Because I assume the gate going to remain?
The gate will not remain, as we will be building a 40B at some point. There's going to be free and clear access to the 40B, so there can't be a gate. We'll have to do it by other means, maybe. I'm not sure yet. But the business hours will be stated, and tenants would have to adhere to it,
Okay.
just like any other building.
Because we've had issues already.
I understand.
And you need a special permit for that sign?
I know, I'm working on it. It will be applied for this week. And it's going to the ZBA, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And there's no outdoor storage there?
Well, there isn't outdoor storage. As I understand it, the 2022 special permit, or perhaps a 2023 special permit, but a prior special permit does allow outdoor storage on the lower level parking lot. Now, we don't anticipate storing anything outdoor. We expect all materials and equipment to be stored indoor, and we're happy to make that
Okay.
a provision in the
Yeah.
lease.
I would like to see that. All right, that's all I have. Any questions? Yes, sir.
So John Palmer, 131 Parkerville, a direct abutter to 250 Turnpike with direct line of sight onto the parking lot where the proposed building is being proposed. So quick clarification, am I right in understanding that the site plan has been modified to take the building height from 1.5 stories to 2 stories?
The building height for the contractor's yard building?
That's right.
No. It still remains whatever was originally proposed, that it was either 20 feet or 24 feet. It is that height. It was tall enough that we could add a second floor mezzanine without affecting the building height.
So same building height?
Same
just
building height.
A different layout inside?
Inside, correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Can I just point out one more thing?
Sure.
In that Northborough Road project, right,
Mm-hmm.
they proposed mezzanines as well in each. And one of the concerns the planning board had is that going to be for storage? Or, because the parking is an important feature,
Yes.
right? So if you're proposing something other than storage, it could increase the required parking amount. So in that decision, there was a condition that says you can only use that for storage.
Absolutely, and we're proposing it only for storage. The use is contractor's yard, which allows for the storage of contractor equipment and material, and that's what we intend on using it for.
Okay, and you do recall the building commissioner's comment on the bollards,
Yes,
depending on,
correct. If we want to, yes,
okay.
floor drains and then an oil water separator inside,
And did
correct.
you include all that? right?
That will be on the MEPs it's a plumbing design, so it wouldn't be appropriate for, to include on a site plan, but it will,
The bollards should be shown. If you have bollards outside,
well, we won't have ballers because,
because you're going to address.
exactly,
things.
yes.
Okay, but you should show an approximate location of your oil water separator.
Okay,
If you have indoor drains, right, you got to show where that drainage is going. Because in the Northborough Road project, they showed and gave, a construction detail so that the peer reviewer can understand where that water's going. and
understood.
how it's being handled. So it's in your best interest to do that on the plan. You should have it already if you move in that direction. I don't know. You got to show it, I think.
We'll show it.
Okay.
So any other comments? Any comments? Anyone on Zoom? Don't see any hands.
No hands, 10 attendees.
I make a motion to continue the public hearing to 7 PM on February 24th. Is that where we're going? February 24th for this?
If I may, I hate to extend it out further, but is February 24th going to be a realistic date where
For the reviewer?
your reviewer to review our materials and have something substantive back to us?
Well, we only have an extension, decision date to February 28th.
Yes, and I'm happy to extend that. We want to match it up with the major site plan, with the lid, of course.
Oh, okay.
Great. I think that would make most sense,
Okay.
of April 22nd.
Okay, so can I first make a motion to extend the decision due date then for 250 Turnpike Road, Contractors Yard Building, MSPA, extended to April 22nd, 2025, and that will be forthcoming from Attorney Banan.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Stein, yes?
I make a motion to continue the public hearing for 250 Turnpike Road, Contractors Yard Building, major site plan approval to March 10th at 7 PM.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Stein, yes?
I make a motion to continue the public hearing for 250 Turnpike Road, Contractors Yard Building, special permit for lower impact development, the lid, to March 10th at 7 PM.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Stein, yes?
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Have a good evening.
See you in
Thank you, you
March.
too.
Next item on the agenda is a public hearing, 2 East Main Street mixed-use building, major site plan approval. In 2 East Main Street mixed-use building, special permit downtown district. Just while Karina's getting ready, just so everybody understands, we received these plans on Thursday afternoon, and I certainly didn't get a chance to do a deep dive into it. I don't know if the rest of the board spent the weekend doing that, but I didn't.
It's okay.
I did grant an extension already, but I thought it would be good just to at least get everyone up to speed with what's submitted.
So right now, the major site plan and the special permit for downtown district expires on, or is extended to February 28th. And this extension request that was signed basically says continuing to February 24th, but the deadline to act is March 14th, 2020, taking us to after the March 10th meeting, so that we don't have to do this 2 or 3, 2 more times before that time.
Do you think it's realistic, February 24th? Like, will we get our peer review in and you'll have responded and have any updated plans?
I think, well, we had peer review comments, so I don't expect to have to respond again to the same comment. If they give us a new comment, that'd be
Right.
something different, but
Yeah.
I'd like to try to think we could do it.
Okay. Because these plans took a month. It was a month since the Fuss and O'Neill's first letter that we got.
Unfortunately, there was one other wrinkle along the way that had to be dealt with, so that's why there was a further delay.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's probably what the topic will be most of the time spent this evening, is just to go through that one issue.
Okay.
So
I'm looking forward
I
to
went away and the desk got really small and I was on legs. I don't know what happened, but they were really cutting this short.
it's right there, got moved, we had a meeting. the other
Okay, well, I guess that's what happens when you go away. I'm ready when you're ready. Do you want to open with anything?
I just want to
further?
get the
Okay.
planning board up to
Yep,
speed
go
on
ahead.
what happened. So the last meeting was January 27th, and we received submission 2 on February 6th. We provided to the planning board the next day. We submitted that to Fuss and O'Neill today, this morning, so that they would have it as well. It still has to go out to the town departments. I'll do that in the morning. Colleen has been sick, so. We have a question into town council about the change of use from, and you'll talk about this more, but the question was, if you're changing the use to, from mixed use to all residential or whatever you're going to propose, can that just continue with hearings, or do we have to send notice, or does it have to be reapplied? And the planning board has some leeway there, but I spoke to town council this morning, and he's going to give us an answer,
Okay.
some guidance on that.
Yeah.
With, of course, the goal is to, it would be nice to just continue the hearings, but we have to see what legal counsel.
Okay.
And then we have the extension request, as we just talked about. And that brings us here, so.
All right, good
Okay,
evening.
Peter?
Peter Bemis, Engineering and Design. So, yeah, the first comment from Fuss and O'Neill was the fact of the mixed-use facility being somehow hindered by a restriction that they're basically, I think, putting words in where the words aren't. But I'll just take it right from the building inspector because I feel like he's doing the same thing. So mixed-use development in the zoning district that got created in that whole volume of documents, the density, the uses, that sort of thing, they talk about an FAR of 40% and 50%. 40% by right and 50% by special permit, which would allow up to 8,000 to 10,000 square feet in round numbers. And that's what we had focused on. Shame on me for not reading a definition. And yes, you read a bylaw from front to back, and I know that. But in this instance, I did not. So there is a definition that trumps this, unfortunately. And it says mixed-use development. A development includes a combination of permitted non-residential uses in one or more dwelling units within a single structure, provided, however, that the inclusion of 2 or more dwelling units in the mixed-use development shall not be deemed a multi-family dwelling. The ground floor facing the street shall be used only for permitted non-residential uses, and this is where the emphasis is, residential dwellings cannot exceed 40% of the gross floor area of the above ground level floor space of the building. So when I read this, I basically say everything from the ground floor up should count to square footage, take 40% of that. That is not what Fuss and O'Neill concludes, nor is that what the building inspector is going to conclude. He's basically saying whatever you have on the ground floor is what you can have.
So therefore, 40% of 3,000 square feet would be 1,200 feet, and we would have potentially two very small apartment units above our first floor retail. And that's just not going to work. That is not a financially viable project. And so if that's what the intent was at town meeting, when whoever introduced this definition, they got what they wanted, because now we can't go forward with a mixed-use in downtown. So the thoughts of having a bakery or something to that effect at this location just doesn't work. So therefore, I've reverted back to what is allowed, which is to do apartments, just a straight apartment building, because then you're not punished for the mixed use. And then you can have that FAR of 40 or 50% because you've got the single use. And it'd be lovely to think that we could have a three-story retail building in downtown Southborough, but I don't think there's many communities that would actually support that unless you're in downtown Boston in certain areas. So, we tried an office building down there, had an office user, didn't go through. I've come forward and tried to put a mixed-use facility down there, and this definition, by peer review interpretation, and then unfortunately the building inspector, because I spent some time with him trying to go through this, which is, again, the reason for having to rethink where we are with this. We have no option but to go forward with an apartment building. So I changed the footprint, slightly smaller, it's about 2,800 square feet. We slid it over a little bit to the west, so there's a little bit more separation to the corner. And it pretty much looks exactly the way you've seen it to this point. Lopped off a couple of parking spaces to make the parking lot a little bit more comfortable, because we don't need as many parking spaces. We'll have 2 per unit, plus 7 available for visitor. 1 van handicap parking space. So that's really what the proposal is now. I'm hopeful town council will concur that we have submitted an application. There are a number of uses allowed within the district, and we're reconfiguring that use based upon the input that's been given along the way. We still deal with our stormwater appropriately. We still deal with our septic system appropriately. The uses do fit. There were a number of comments from Fuss and O'Neill, but not a lot. And all of them have been addressed in the response package. So I'll continue to go through the plans further if you'd like, or just leave it at that. All I really wanted to do was get that off the table, so I wasn't doing that 2 weeks from now. Was just to say, look, it's an apartment building at this point, and it looks pretty much the same as what you had before. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Bemis, for coming in. I definitely think that and it'll be interesting because hearing back from the downtown district and what was intended, but it was intended to have a mixed use and to have an appropriate use. So it's unfortunate that it can't be economically viable. And I think 2 600 square foot apartment might be a little bit too small for what we're looking for in Southborough, or what people might be looking for. So I appreciate the conversion back. I appreciate the moving around the setbacks and addressing some of those issues in the plans that you did. I did have a question that was surfaced, and I think you responded, but I think it would be good just to hear around what VHB had found around this 1952 deeded land, and if you could just kind of make a comment to that easement.
Right. So in 52, the thought from and it looks as though maybe the Board of Selectmen approached the county to lay out Newton Street from end to end. And they did it. They prepared a plan, and then they notified, and there was notice. But it had a time limit with which to act. And the Board of Selectmen went so far as 4 years later to actually take action at a meeting to confirm that they did not act. And I provided those documents to Karina, and, you know, when we purchased the property, we did a property line survey, we looked at all the documentation, we did find this layout, and we did a title examination, and we concluded that this was not imposed upon the property, that it was considered, but then it was basically null and voided, because they didn't do anything with any of the other abutters. So I still feel that way. I've notified the company we got our title insurance from, just to let them be aware that someone may think there's something here. What I've done is basically said, look, I know there's a sidewalk on the property at this point, and I'm not about to say, well, oh, you're on my property. The improvements needed to be done, so I'm accommodating them. And I had said that right along, is that I would deed that portion of the property to the town, so that they can have their sidewalk on a layout. And at the same time, I guess, if I'm going to deed that to the town, I would say, hey, acknowledge the fact that you don't need this easement, because I did show it on the plan, because Karina had said she wants to see it. It doesn't preclude developing here. If someone was to say that portion of the building couldn't be there because somehow this easement does have some life to it, we'll deal with it, because I feel like it's excessive. But I still don't believe it even applies, because the select board went so far as to say, we didn't do this action, we didn't act, and we didn't take it. So I'm going to stick by that until somebody tells me something differently.
Thanks, Mr. Bemis. That was my assertion too when I saw that, and I saw that the 1954 date passed and nothing happened. The select board did make their thing. You put on a new registry and deeds in the registry in Worcester. So I thought that was not a relevant point, and so I just didn't know if we needed to get other perspective or we were comfortable with that. I didn't know where we stood on that.
Yeah. And I would also add, just if there is an easement, I would think the Main Street Bank would really be concerned about it, because there's about 1,800 feet of their front yard that's gone, and it's just outside of their building. I mean, it would be significant, and then it happens on the other side too. Plus it's all the way up Newton Street.
Right.
So Deerfoot Farms, I mean, it affects a lot of properties with a lot of real estate area that all of a sudden no one has been taking account of. So it's not just me. There's probably 30 other property owners there that should be concerned.
That's all I had. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bemis.
Mr. Murray?
Hi, Peter. Thank you for
Yep.
coming in. I know this has been a long road for you. I sat on the ZBA when you first came in before the
Right.
downtown district, so.
Yeah, thank you
It
for
is-
supporting it then.
It is disappointing, but I have to thank you for your patience and, look forward to the next part of the project. So thanks for your flexibility and thanks you for coming in tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Braccio?
Thank you, and thank you, Peter, for coming in. And I did try to dig back to the downtown district, because the boards were unanimous in what was brought forward to town meeting. So I am trying to dig back through old emails, but again, it's going back quite a few years. I'm just trying to find out, potentially why that was put in. I know it was a suggestion, and Mimi, I don't know if you remember specifically either. There was a suggestion, and that's why that was changed. I'm going to see what I can try to find out about it, Peter.
If you could, just because I think it may have happened on the floor, because I had the article.
It wasn't on the
itself.
floor.
Really?
Yeah,
The
I'm
article
pretty sure
didn't
of that.
seem to show a definition that I saw.
Yeah, so
Because it contradicts what's inside the,
I totally understand what you're saying. So I just want to look back to see, I think it would be interesting for all of us to know, obviously, we all took part in trying to craft something, but I can assure you the intent was to not allow mixed use. So I don't know if that's something that needs to be fixed, but I mean, it's certainly something that I would like to be able to give you an answer as to how that came to be in the bylaw. Thank you.
Mr. Stein?
So, Peter, I'm curious, what was your initial interpretation
Yeah.
Was
Oh, yeah, well, no, I didn't think that there was any I mean, honestly, the restriction I thought was the 40 and 50% that's inside the downtown district, Jesse. So if you go to the district definition and the density and the requirements, it talks of the 40 and 50%, 40 by right, 50 by special permit. It's not until you actually go back to definitions that all of a sudden it would alter your interpretation of the downtown district. So that's the problem I have, is that I did not know to look. It doesn't tell you, like in the downtown district, go to see definition of multi-use building. That's why I'm saying is that I'm just disappointed, frankly, in myself for not going back to definitions. I didn't expect to have to. It's really what it comes
So
down to.
you didn't, when you formulated the initial plans, you weren't aware that there was any restriction on floor area for the residential part at all, right?
Right, no, well, I knew I had to stay within 40 or 50% of the whole building envelope, which is what I've done. Do you follow me? On the FAR,
Yeah.
it's 8,000 or
just- I think
10,000
it's
square
something-
feet.
Yeah, it's something I feel like the town probably should consider for, review going forward. But
No one's going to do
That's
anything
a
with this
bigger
bylaw the
question.
way it is, especially
Right.
if the footprint is what's going to be used. I thought I might have had a fighting chance. I actually went in and spent a great deal of time with Chris Lund to say, Chris, the words don't say what you're interpreting it to say, but he's the building inspector. You know, that's where the authority ends. It's not even with this board at this point. It would be his zoning interpretation. And at only 40% of the gross floor area, that's 1,200 feet. That's just not going to work at all. It's not even close. Whereas I thought if we took 40% of the entire building envelope, then I might have been able to be creative by doing lofts or something. That's where we started going, what I first started looking at. And I talked to the architect. We came up with some plans. But then when he made that conclusion, I was like, forget it, I'm done.
yeah.
I'm sorry to say it to you
Well,
that way, but I'm very much done. I think the only thing that's going to work is to do an apartment building, unfortunately.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. That's really problematic. So, on the parking, it seems like you're, jumping ahead a little bit, but is there any way to make this work with the correct width of parking spaces?
No, I did the 9.5. No, I didn't
Oh, I
ask for the
misread it.
waiver
I'm
anymore.
sorry. I
Yeah,
thought you were saying it
you'll
had
see
to be-
that. I took it out. I did
All right.
everything trying to make it simpler for everyone going forward here.
All right. Well, thanks, Peter.
Sure, thank
Karina, have we made any progress working with DPW to answer the abutters infrastructure concerns?
Yes, we received a memo from the DPW regarding two things. It's my understanding, and anybody can get a copy if they want, that the memo he described is that the drainage that is involved with Peter's property is very small compared to the watershed area.
Yeah, it's about 50-acre watershed, and we're half an acre, so it's 100th the size of the
Right.
whole area. And what we're basically making we've widened the area where because the restriction is basically the culvert at the end of next to the railroad tracks. So when we did our site plan, we actually, with conservation, we made a wet basin there. We made it as big as we could, so that even more water can get through the culvert. So if anything, we've made it better than what could possibly happen there. And yes, our water does get discharged there, but we're discharging at a rate less than what we are under existing conditions. So, but yep.
Jesse, so that memo is dated January 9th from the DPW? Did you see that memo?
No,
Okay.
but I will look for it.
I think it's.
Thank you.
In one of the prior meetings, but, it discusses all the water aspects there and runoff. And it was my impression that it wasn't a concern that you were impacting the drainage there
I
negatively
concluded the
based
same.
on the size of your project compared to the size of the watershed.
Right.
And then the other question he had was about site distance at the corner,
Yeah, but this,
southeast corner, if the building was going to block site
Right.
distance or not. So that was.
Yeah, sorry, I mean, this has been extended multiple times, so sometimes stuff gets lost in my brain, but I
Oh.
appreciate the update.
That
Thank
was a
you.
while ago. Okay.
Thanks, Jesse. So I hate to keep picking at this, but I'm going to. So the building commissioner opined that the 40% is just of the first floor? Because I don't read it that way.
I don't either, but that's I have it in writing.
And I don't think that was the intention. So this wasn't changed, this was the definition that went forward in the article. And it was amended to take that 40% out on town meeting floor, and that failed.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
Well, the reason being was that we wanted to encourage non-residential uses and not have, what was discussed at a meeting was, well,
That's what you
having,
ended up getting.
well, was having an ATM in a residential building considered a
Oh, I
mixed-use
follow
building.
you. Yeah.
So that's,
yeah.
but I don't, I read it as the 40% of the gross floor area.
No, been there, tried that.
Of the
Ground
whole-
level.
Got nowhere.
Well,
You know, Mimi, I'm glad to hear you admit that, because I was like, wow, how did I can't believe that I would have misinterpreted something so grossly. So
So-
the fact that you saw it that way, thank you, because that's really concerning to me that this is how this has been set up. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be pretty dicey, even if we took the envelope, because that the only way it's going to really work is if we count the volume of the space. So that's, I may be on a slippery slope with this, but at this point, I just, to have any restriction like that, it limits your ability to do anything. We've got a 3-story building. I realize I think we can do I'm trying to remember the height. It was a height restriction anyways. It's going to be just difficult to do much more creatively with this because of that 40%, however you're going to do it. It seems like we could get closer when I
So-
realized it was even there, because I would want to put in the 9,000 square feet. That's what I applied to you for, because it was just a square box, rectangular box, if you will, when we started. I've since hired an architect that's drawn up, I think, a better plan if we're going to go all residential, which is that.
Mimi, can I ask, is this something that, I mean, we interpreted a specific way, and I know ultimately it's the building inspector's call on this, but I'd be interested to hear council's thoughts on this as well, because, I mean, I understand sometimes the intent isn't, or always how it gets put on paper, but I know we had a lot of talk, and I do remember now that you say that about the ATM, that was the fear, that just a small little ATM would go in. I mean, is it appropriate to ask council, or does this totally have nothing to do with council and it just falls strictly under the building inspector?
Well, he's the code
Agreed.
enforcement officer, so he interprets the code. But, I mean, I don't think it would hurt, but I don't think Peter wants to bounce back again.
Well, I mean, I want a good project here. That's why we've gone ahead and done all of this. But at the same time, I can't wait for a zoning article change if that's what we're going with this. But what Chris, I mean, the takeaway with him was, why is this even here? Why are we restricting this type of use? It seemed unwarranted. It should be encouraged versus discouraged. So it would have been great just to have the board have the latitude here. I mean, you folks are going to make the best decisions for the community. That's what you're elected to do. So therefore, having the flexibility, leaving it to your discretion would have been even easier. So, you know, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Can I ask another
And
question?
unfortunately, because this is a definition, I just don't think there's going to be any movement here at all.
Well, yeah, it's the interpretation of the definition. I interpret it differently than evidently.
Is it fair to say this comes down to a one-sentence issue at this point on the definition?
It's the end of the definition, yeah. It's the last
So-
statement in the definition.
Lisa, can I just read it so
Well,
you understand? I just want
read
to,
it to you.
so it says, "And residential dwellings cannot exceed 40% of the gross floor area of the above-ground level floor space of the building." Now, I could be wrong, but I agree with Mimi that above ground level floor space means anything above ground level, because it specifically says after that, no residential dwellings in the basement level. So it was supposed to preclude apartments from going into the basement, okay, for various reasons. But I don't think, and the 40% is the gross floor area of all the floors, 40, and I think you had trouble meeting that with 4 units. If you took the gross floor area of the whole building, not including the basement, because you don't count that, and you were at like 50-something% with the 4 units.
Well, no, we have two stories above the first floor. So again, if we're doing that, we either are counting, we're going to count the first floor, but I just don't see the math working.
Right, I'm
If you-
saying
if
that
we use
Peter
round
had
numbers,
trouble
3,000
meeting it
square
if you
feet.
interpret it the other way, too. Like, if you went to, because you wanted to do lofts or whatever, but even if you didn't do the lofts, they were small apartments, but you still exceeded 40. Your second floor and your third floor together.
Right, it's 6,000 square feet, 3,000 on the
Yeah.
first floor, 6,000 on the upper floors.
But your total square footage was like 7,200 square foot gross floor area. Right? If you have a 9,000 square foot building, and you take 80%, say roughly, right? You have 7,200 square feet of ground, gross floor area, right? So when you were proposing your other approach with the retail
Yeah, it doesn't
downstairs
work,
and
right.
4 units upstairs, even if you counted the whole gross floor area, it didn't work.
Right, that's what I'm saying, I didn't,
Yeah.
I didn't,
Either way, it was,
So either interpretation didn't work.
right,
Okay.
right. No, I mean, that's why I said that's what the delay was in coming back to you, was like, okay, how are we going to do this? When the definition was presented this way, then I thought, okay, I'll try to be creative and go in and talk about trying to manipulate the definition. But his conclusion was even worse than I thought it could be.
and I'll
Because
follow
he's
up with
taking just the first
building
floor.
commissioner, just to, because he might have typoed that, but you met with him. But the key thing is that word ground level is confusing, because it says above ground level floor space. But I think at the time when we were talking about this, it meant the whole.
Not to include the basement.
Yeah, it was just not to, and because that parentheses at the end of the definition, it kind of emphasized that, but it missed a little something in the intent.
Yeah. Well, I don't, I think if you went back to the concept plans that the design review, or the downtown district committee was putting forward, this is it, this is it. I mean, it was supposed to be first floor, 2 stories of residential above it. That's what I'm coming back with, and yet the definition says, no, you can't do it. And then the interpretation that's being used is, I think, just way out of whack, but at the same time, that's what it is right now. If there was a way to improve it, maybe there's a way to get there, but then I question, is it going to be financially viable or not? So that's what I have to be concerned about.
And you are aware that, 4 more units require sprinkling, which we talked about. That's a building permit thing, but I just want to make.
Well, we brought in a fire service here anyways because of the mixed use. That's why we anticipated that. If we go straight residential, it probably wouldn't be. Or if we went, straight one thing or the other, it probably wouldn't be. But because we had mixed, we anticipated we would have.
And I think when you have 4, the state has this new requirement. I know because I have a 3-decker in Worcester, 4-family. And if you do something new, if you build new, I think, and you can check it, it's not my.
Yeah, no, I
it's
understand.
not my
You mentioned it to
jurisdiction.
me,
I just want you
right,
to know so
right.
that you're not blindsided.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not, because we already brought the water service in. I already paid to do that.
And you might want to
Because it
check
was
with fire
being safer.
department if that has to be a separate water service for fire and potable. Just food for thought, as opposed to one water service into the building.
Yeah, no,
That's
there would be a
fire
separate
department.
domestic line would be tapped off of that, yeah. Okay.
Okay, now that we got the big stuff out of the way, now for my little piddly comments. The green giant arborvitaes are
We want to stick
non-natives.
with that because, well, again, because I told you about the deer, they're not going to eat that, and it's a very effective screen, and I thought we agreed that that would be able to go forward. It's just, it's the most effective screen for my neighbor to the north. And although these are now apartments versus the mixed use, I still feel as though that use should have some, be afforded some separation.
Oh, yeah, well, it's required.
Right, so I thought that the green giants would be the more effective screen. We can put in a native, but it's going to be much slower growing, it's not going to be as thick. Yeah, the deer probably won't eat some of them, but at the same time, this one works. It's real effective. We have them right next to our office, and it's fantastic. So I discourage you from making me change it, but if you make me change it, I will.
And you have perennial and shrub beds, but you don't list what you're going to put in those?
It's not a requirement to do it. I figured we would just have
Well,
planting
there
beds.
is landscaping required in the front of the building.
Yes. I'm calling it out that they would be perennial shrubs and perennials and shrubs.
Well, I'd like to know that they're not burning bush and,
There will not be any burning bush. I mean, if you would like, I can
And
put a list of some
bittersweet.
plants. Yeah, bittersweet. Okay. We were proposing that at both in those two beds at the front and the back of the building. The requisite trees are here in excess of your minimum requirements. And then the two trees, the sweet gums, those are a tree that has a columnar shape because the wires are there. I don't want to put a tree that's going to have a big crown and then it's going to look great for 10 years, and then in years, 15, we're worrying about hacking it back, and then in 25 years, it should be cut down. So I tried to put something there that will withstand the test of time with the power lines being there.
and trees are required to be 3-inch caliber.
I thought we put that, but okay, I'll
And
change
there's
it.
a note that, about a fence. Where's the fence?
There's a screen around the dumpster enclosure,
Oh,
so,
okay.
yeah.
I think that's all I have for now.
Okay.
Any other questions from anybody in the audience or comments? Anybody on Zoom?
Nobody on Zoom. There are 11 attendees.
Okay, right up to them.
Steve Morrow, Morrow's Village Cafe, 2 Main Street. My question, I guess, is how much water usage will these apartments create and put back into the ground? When I met with the DPW down there and we were looking at how the drainage all flows, there's a couple of old pipes along the railroad tracks that is owned by CXX that no one can touch, that are failing and need to be replaced. And I hate to see more water get thrown down into that area. So how much sewer usage will all these apartments produce per day, Peter?
Yeah, so we have 6 one-bedroom units, that's 110 gallons per unit, so 660 gallons per day.
660 gallons a day? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It would be less water usage with residential than it would be with the mixed use. Or hard to say.
Would depend.
Yeah, I would say,
Depending on
depending on
what
what
you
the
use in
use
there.
was, but it would have been on the same
Same.
par. We had a little bit more gallonage we're not taking advantage of, but 7's an awkward number in trying to get them to fit, so.
Do you have a septic system already laid out there? You have to reapprove it, right?
Well, yeah, eventually, when we're finally done with everything, we would go back and get a final plan done, but that part's been done for a while.
So we need to hear from council whether, because it's a change of use,
I
whether,
understand.
just to make sure that we're following the correct
The use
legal-
was part of my application, but now the densification of it's different than the original, but we've eliminated the other use because of definition. I'd gladly go back. Maybe you could get town council to opine about your flexibility and being able to change what I thought was a really good project, mixed use, because It's not an ATM that we're proposing to put on that first floor.
Oh, I know, but we can't change the definition. I just interpreted it differently
Okay.
than the building commissioner, but evidently it wouldn't work that way either, so.
Okay, so even though we're waiting for town council, we're going to still go through this process of extending our decision due dates?
Yes.
Okay, so let me do that first, and then we'll do the public hearings. So I make a motion to extend the decision due dates. I'm going to combine them, if that's okay.
Barney, here. For you.
Yep, I got it. For 2 East Main Street, mixed-use building, MSPA and the SPDD, to March 14th, 2025.
And I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes?
Stein, yes?
Okay, I make a motion to continue the public hearing. We are going to February 24th at 7:10 PM for 2 East Main Street, mixed-use building, major site plan approval, and 2 East Main Street, mixed-use building, special permit, downtown district.
And I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes?
Stein, yes?
I think we're continued.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. See you in a couple weeks.
I think he's staying here.
I got to hang out for the next one.
Oh, you're
too.
staying. Can't get rid of you that easy, I
No. We're going to do the same thing, though. I have given you a continuation on this as well, but I thought I would at least bring an update to allow it to discuss.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing, 26 Meadow Lane, Reservoir Meadows, major site plan approval, and 26 Meadow Lane, Reservoir Meadows, special permit, low-impact development. And Karina, if you could bring us up to date. Oh, and one more. 26 Meadow Lane, Reservoir Meadows, special permit, major residential, flexible development.
Similar path as far as permitting timeline. We received a revised submission, provided it to Fuss and O'Neill. It'll go out to the town departments for review as well, probably tomorrow. We have an extension request signed by Peter to continue and also extend the action deadline. So I believe this is the second. Just make sure, no, it isn't. So this is continued from December 2nd, December 16th, January 6th, and January 27th. So this is the 5th planning board public hearing date. And I know you were working on information for this as well. So it has gone to Fuss and O'Neill already. And they confirmed they received it, and they'll be reviewing it.
All right.
I am, sorry.
Thank you. And this also we received on Thursday afternoon.
Don't disagree. So again, it'll be brief. So you have the extension. We're good for next meeting and decision period. So thank you again, Peter Bemis, Engineering Design. So the things that I wanted to focus on tonight, just to present it, was that some of Fuss's comments seem to not understand what we're trying to do here. And I think the board understands it, but I think it's just worthy of having the conversation, and that is a condominium, basically, a single development site where we're going to have these 4 independent buildings, of which one building is a duplex. And by doing it this way, we can avoid this conventional plan, which would be, I feel, far more impactful, but also set aside more open space as a result of it. So we've gone back through, when you get the chance to look at the documentation, you'll find that the area of open space has been increased, I believe, to be spot on the definition, the way you are interpreting it.
We shall see.
We shall see, yes. There was an isolated wetland that was associated with the runway that Conservation, their peer review agent had found. We've located that, and we are replicating that and we're introducing with that newly created area an opportunity to further treat our stormwater, which we took advantage of that opportunity with this. The plan pretty much looks the same as what you've seen before with the units, the 4 buildings. We still have our duplex on the lower left. And there was just a number of things that Fuss was asking for, some applicable to LID, creating additional documents and plans. A community impact plan was one of them. We did have a separate test pit plan, but I think Zach prepared a totally separate test pit plan so that they would see all the test pits on one document. And there was one other supplemental plan that we had to do as well. It was another lid plan, but those are now in the set. And then there was also a cut and fill plan. So that's this colorful one when you get your set. So it shows all of the grades and the relationship of what's a cut and what's a fill on the site, so that we could properly document that. So I think you'll find that we've addressed every one of Fuss's comments. We've taken the project one step further with this. And again, I still feel strongly that this is the right way to deal with this project. We're eliminating almost an acre of runway. So there's a lot of pavement that's being removed with the project. And when we looked at it, we didn't look at it, one of the suggestions that they had was looking at this as a big, huge global watershed. And that would have really diminished the impact and effect of what our stormwater management system is, which is that we looked at it on a finite basis, so that we were really taking into effect what 4 houses are going to do in that isolated area versus trying to diminish those mitigation measures. So this is the right way to do a project of this scale and scope, and I hope that when Fuss submits this back, you'll see that we've done it properly. Thank you.
Mr. Stein.
So there were significant abutters concerns with drainage on this project as well, Peter.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of mitigation measures do you think we can expect?
Yeah, we basically are taking all of the surface water that we generate on the project, and we are infiltrating it on site. Yes, the soils are not the best soils for absorbing water. However, that's why the areas that we have set aside to do that absorption are large. We've based it upon what the soil conditions are at the site. And that's why when Fuss had suggested that we just do this larger watershed analysis, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. We're taking out an acre of pavement, and we're basically putting back less when we're done with the roof areas and the proposed driveway to these units. And so we would have come back and done no mitigation. That made no sense from my perspective, especially where the residents and abutters have concerns. What we're doing is we're taking all the water, we're collecting it, we're treating it, and we're putting it back on site. So, and it's documented properly.
So, all right, well, I guess I'm concerned, are you using areas that are designated as open space for that purpose?
No, the open space is set aside. We're not putting any of that in the open space.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
All
the
right.
open space is really just going to go back to open meadow like it was before the runway got put there.
Okay. That's it for me for now. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Ms. Houlihan.
Okay, so my deficiency as a planning board member is that some of this stuff I get and I don't fully appreciate. That's what I rely on, the engineers. I'm still really confused by the test pits. So the test pits, thank you, you blew them out completely, but there's only one test pit in the area that you guys plan to actually build on. And so it's confusing to me while the test pits are everywhere but the area that you are going to build on. And what I understood test pits to be is one to generate like water drainage, percolation, all those kind of things. So why wouldn't you test the area where you're putting the 4 places? I just don't fundamentally understand that. And let me just, I'll point to this. It's the one with the red dots. And so you've shown all the test pits, but where you're actually putting all the buildings, there's only one test pit that's identified there.
I know what you're saying. These are all of the ones that were witnessed, which is why they're documented this way. We've done a lot more test pits out here than this. If we can show the ones that we did.
So have you done them in the area that you're?
Oh, yes.
Because I think that
So
actually.
the soils aren't any different anywhere else. That's
Right.
what I'm getting at, is the soil consistency here is pretty much the same. There's an area where they took fill from the Carriage Hill development. They brought it down here and they put it on top, and we've documented that. That's what you see here. When you go below that layer, there are sands and gravels at the lower level. But all that intermediate soil is basically the till they took off the hill. And we've done that. But we're showing you all of the ones that have been actually inspected by the Board of Health when Zach had done it this way.
Okay.
So there are more test pits. If they're just going to be more of the same.
More of the same, but and so this is what's driven you to be able to do the water, how you're going to be dealing with the drainage, how you're going to be dealing, and then can you just point to which plan helps me to do that? I mean, obviously we'll rely on the engineers, but what I would be reading.
Soil descriptions, yeah, if you go into the lower part of that plan, but I can tell you, basically the standard soil condition out here. There's a sandy loam. There are these sandy loams that go down 12 feet for the most part, okay? And that they're mostly repurposed, in many cases, repurposed soils. They came from another location, they got put on site, okay? It's still a natural soil, came from another section of the site. Then there are those areas that are in their original profile, okay, there were no fill was put on top, okay? And those natural soils are the tills that are just like up at the top of the site.
Okay.
You get below that, though, if you go down deep enough, you will actually get to the gravel layers that are below. Those are the areas where we did with the Board of Health to prove out that the soil absorption system was actually going to function at this site.
Okay.
If we were just relying on that upper media, it would not have been, would not have worked.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I have for right now, and then I have to spend more time.
Yep,
Thanks. Thanks, Peter.
we got it Thursday afternoon. Mr. Maria.
Hi, Peter. I don't have any questions for you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. Thank you for all of this. There's a ton of information here. Excuse me, just one question, and it's something that continues to come up. Concern of, again, we've talked about drainage and, how you're going to maintain the drainage on the site, and it shouldn't create an issue. Again, I just want to reiterate that is the plan, that there is no intentions of any runoff or, to make any drainage issues that may be there on the site worse, because I've heard that from many people, so.
Right, their concerns were our concerns before we even undertook any of this work, was to do this, we were going to address 100% of our stormwater that's generated, we're going to collect it, we're going to treat it, we're going to control it, and keep it on site. And we
Okay.
do overflow onto our own property. There is a small section that does tie into the municipal system, and we do that at a lower rate. And then we also provided a means for the municipal system to discharge, because there wasn't even a properly created easement for a storm line that went from Meadow Lane to the reservoir. And we documented that, and we created that through a process with the Board of Health and the Board of Selectmen.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I just wanted to take a second and address that, 'cause that seems to be one of the common threads that, that of concerns that keeps coming up. So
Okay.
I appreciate you taking the time for that, thank you.
Thank you for adding more open space.
I think we got it right, Mimi.
I'm sorry, Peter. I hate to burst your bubble, but,
All right, well,
so this is a multifamily development, so 55% open space is required. And by definition, open space cannot be wetlands, ponds, man-made detention areas, and not used for drives, parking, storage, or display. And subsurface sewage disposal systems shall not be allowed within designated open space. So we have wetlands, drives, subsurface sewage,
but, okay, then
all within the open space.
I'm going to I'll take what you're saying and then I will respond to it. And then you can refute it or defend your definition. I'll
Well, it's not my definition, it's the
I think it's the way
definition
you're
in the code.
interpreting it, but that's okay, but I'll make sure that we've properly vetted that and had.
And also
had a
in
description.
open space and subdivision, and it says under design for flexible, you need to follow the subdivision design criteria. It says open space lands shall not be a wetlands and shall not be stripped or altered. So what's offered as open space in either definition, in either scenario, doesn't meet the requirements.
But I guess what I'm getting at is we're taking areas that are, I mean, frankly, part of this has a runway in it now, and I'm going to take out that runway so I can make it open. So you're telling me I can't count it, though? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. So
Well,
I
so
hear
the
what
majority
you're
of the
saying.
open space is
You-
wetlands right now.
But your definition only works for something that's pristine, untouched, or it's woods, or if it's a meadow, then it was a meadow in some time period that was there, but you can't touch it or go into it. It just, I feel like there's a bit of a disconnect with that. I will do my best to try to defend the position we have with it, and if we don't, we don't. I don't know how else to do it.
And what is naturalized space? There is no definition for that.
Yeah, basically, that's where I was trying to say to you, is it's something that's already, it's there, there's some trees in it, there's some open areas in it, but we've not touched it. It's still, it's naturalized, it's unencumbered by any activity that we have done in any recent time. If we go back a little bit in time, I know when there was a ski tow here, a lot of this was just cleared, there wasn't a tree standing anywhere. And some of that area has naturalized in that timeline. So that's what I'm trying to use that term for, is to say, over time, this is reverted into wetland or a open meadow area. Because some of that is open meadow next to it, where the wetlands are.
Yeah, so an open meadow is fine, just the wetlands can't count towards the calculation of the minimum required open space.
Okay.
And there's the replicated, you've added more wetland to the open space, because you've got a wetland
We want, yeah,
replication
we
in
want,
there.
we thought that was important to try to create a rain garden down there, so. But I still don't think that that's necessarily a bad area of open space. And it should-
I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it doesn't count towards the
Okay,
minimum calculation of
Yeah.
open space.
all right. Well,
And then I
we'll-
have a question on the
we'll-
utility easement.
The existing one that's
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Yeah.
So it says the areas for passive recreation purposes and agricultural purposes, which purposes shall be subordinate to and limited by the use of the shared septic. So I don't know how a road can go over that and how the utilities can go over that. Doesn't that violate the easement?
I don't know how to answer that at the moment, but I will double check it. Good point.
So, under 17413G, Approval is based on considerations of 174-9 in Article 4 of Chapter 244, which is subdivision control. And it said private roads shall be designated by Chapter 244 standards. Dead-end street shall, in 244-13 says, dead-end street shall have a circular turnaround.
But we're not, this is a private driveway for two homes. I don't, we're trying not to have a conventional project here.
Mm-hmm.
So what, I'm not trying to meet that standard. You're telling me I have to meet
But
that
that's one of
standard?
the approval criteria. And that they,
Well, I think it would be if I was putting in a street as part of the project, but we've deliberately tried to stay away from that.
so now you're saying it's a driveway, but it's not a common driveway.
We didn't want to have two separate driveways to these two homes going to the back of the site. Could we do
Okay.
that? Sure, we could do that. I would prefer not to do that. If
I'm
that's the way-
I'm
that's the
just
way
trying to
around it.
understand. 'Cause
No, I know, but if that's the way around it to avoid it, I guess that's what we could do, but I would prefer not to do that. There are hydrants on Meadow Lane. I think it's right across the street. And one of the residents probably could tell me better, but I think it's on this side, the south side, and I think it's near that area, so it's not that far away, Karina. I'll be happy to put it on the plan. Yes, yes. There's definitely a high,
100 feet, sorry.
yeah, I believe there are hydrants there, and I want to say that there's definitely one. I'll make sure that the arc meets that area, but I am fairly certain that it does.
And not
We
to
looked at this.
complicate, maybe you could get a memo or something from the fire department.
Yeah.
Saying they're, like, if they're,
Yeah, or again, if we get
No,
bogged
just-
down on this, we can put two separate driveways in. I just would prefer not to. We're going to one location.
And then one final thing. So the zoning setback for multifamily should be 2 times the usually required dimension between the multifamily and the boundaries of the flexible development.
Yeah.
So the front setback should be 60 feet, which the front yard is required to be 30.
Well, I know we definitely did it on the side yards, but I'm not sure we did that with the front. We didn't, I'll reread that section.
And that's all I had, because I didn't have time to give it a deep dive.
You did a pretty good dive there.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Freddie Gillespie. I'm Chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission. And we don't have a letter because we've had some deaths in the family and illnesses and haven't been able to meet. And we're going to invite the proponent to a meeting when we would go over this. But we had a preliminary review. We also have, going back to 2005 and 2007, Town Council at the time's review of the requirements for these flexible subdivisions. And we can share those letters with you, those opinions. That's, the first one was about the requirement that no wetlands be included in the open space. And the second one is about the percentages. And for the flexible, let me just ask, is there a shared septic here? So it might even be more than 55% open space required, all of which needs to be upland. And I know the law is the law. We didn't write it, but it's all we have until we fix it. And it has, there's the opportunity for proponents to go conventional, and this is the way we want to move. And the original goal was smaller homes, clustered close together, not big size, normal, McMansion size homes on large lots, just sort of squished together a little bit. And I'm not seeing a big difference, really, in the available land between the conventional and this flexible when you look at all the constraints on the property, which, you know, I understand. It's a hard property to develop, but it's a hard property to develop, and, you know, we talked about this several years ago. One of the issues is the easements. I don't know how you can have an easement that allows something to happen on that land that would disturb the requirement for preserved natural open space. And I don't know what the easements, you know, I'd have to check them all out, but utility easements, well, if they have to go in and dig up to put the utilities or fix them, that's disturbing the open space that is now a violation of the requirement. Underground septic, the SAS, that's all not allowed in open space per the definition. The runway, even though you're taking out the pavement, it's great, but there's still an easement to drive over it, and the requirement isn't whether you have pavement or no pavement, it's you can't have a drive. And if somebody has the easement to the right to drive on that, I don't think that makes the requirement. So I'm admitting this is challenging. I think, you know, if you look at our housing plan, we want to have more compact, multifamily units. Is there a way to do that and meet the open space? You know, put them smaller. I mean, you could have 2 duplexes, I believe, on this property, right? I'm not designing it for you. I'm not telling for the neighbors what they want. I'm just saying for the open space, if you're going to make the open space work, you have to have uplands. You can't have the driveways. You can't have the underground septic. You can't have the easements, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but I think we do have a lawyer's opinion. We could go through, if we had the letter, we could go through the zoning code if you want to do that with you at some point. But if it's a shared septic, there's a requirement for more open space. And now I've got, on top of the shared septic, I think it's additionally the requirement for up to 20% more, another 10% more open space for the percentage of multifamily units, which comes to, I think, 16%.
Well, by definition, single-family detached dwellings on one lot are considered multifamily. So it's an entire multifamily development. Because there's only one lot. They're not separate lots.
Okay, so another issue. Just saying, there's a lot of different components here and different parts of it. It's the flexible subdivision. First, you have to meet the definition of open space, which is under 174-2, definitions. Can't be used for drives, no wetlands, ponds, man-made. That's the other one, where you're doing the infiltration. Does that qualify as a man-made retention area? I mean, you're putting water in. Maybe that is, or maybe it isn't. No subsurface sewage. Can't be in the open space. That takes out a big chunk of your, and, you know, I'm hoping you can find a way to make this work, but there are specific requirements, you know, preserved in its natural state. And to preserve something in its natural state, I don't think you can go in later and have an easement that would allow that to be dug up. So we'll try to set up a meeting when you can come, if this gets continued and you're interested, but there's a lot of concerns over the open space. And I have one other comment, that I went through the peer review, and this is part of our zoning code, and I didn't see any mention about, and I've been making this comment for over 20 years, 25 years. Why isn't the peer review commenting on this part of our zoning code? Because it's really unfortunate and really not fair to the volunteers of the Open Space Commission to have to say this kind of bad news to a project proponent when it's stated in the bylaw. It's not subjective, it's not our opinion. It is what it is, and if we need to change it, we should work on changing it, but this is what we have. And it's really not fair for us, nor the planning board, to have to make these decisions, even though we have opinions from town council. Really, peer review should be doing this work. I shouldn't have to be sitting out here and multiplying and circling and coloring and, you know, what counts, what doesn't. That's the paid peer reviewer's job. And if you have a new one coming up or a new contract, please make sure that happens. Thank you.
Mimi, can I ask Freddie, for your meeting, are you going to need a set of plans? Have you been provided a set of plans?
I
Karina, do
had
you
one, I
have?
don't know if we have the most recent one.
Okay.
In our
thank you.
office, we just
Did this
haven't,
come in Friday or
it
something?
just came in, so
Thursday
Yeah, so I
afternoon.
didn't get up here,
it
but
hasn't gone to town department.
I'm going from memory from the first one, and I kind of know the site from when we walked it several years ago, and, you know, we certainly want something to be able to work for both you, for the housing requirements. You know, how many acres is this? 8?
Yeah.
You know. Well, won't say that.
It's 8.5. But- So I just want, just to be clear, all the concerns that Freddie brought up, they are broken out in the same, your comment regarding what's a septic area or what's this, those were not counted. They're there, we documented them, but in the final analysis, they are not counted. But again, I will go back through, I will make sure that we get the percentage to fit the criteria in the bylaw. And I would ask that if Freddie does have this 2005 and 2007 opinion, that they be made available to us. So possibly she could just forward them to Karina as the conduit.
I have them.
Or you, all right, then just provide them to us, so we have it. And then that's it. I mean, we want to comply with the provisions.
Do you have still comments?
Oh, I just have one more thing. In your notes, you refer to parcel C, but there is no parcel C to be conveyed to the town?
Oh, that, yes, but, okay, so the note probably held over and should have got
Yeah,
corrected. We
yeah.
eliminated it because it's being, that's now part of our, everything. It's part, it wasn't clean. That's why we eliminated it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, David Williams, 25 Meadow Lane. I live across the street from the development. I don't necessarily have the details memorized here, but in the Fuss and O'Neill report, they recommended like a hydraulic study, and maybe there was something else that was asking to be waived. And I would definitely want what they're recommending is those things not be waived, because I think it'd be a big mistake to waive any kind of hydraulic study or stormwater analysis in that area where we know the way those soils are. I mean, what we were talking about earlier, maybe I was misunderstanding a little bit, but when you went back earlier and you showed all the pits, I mean, the ones where the existing houses, that's not really, yeah, you had all those, yeah. See, there's a lot of them there to the west of that first house, where that's not on land that was filled, right? I mean, the houses there, the existing houses, right across the street from us, are, the Charbonneau house and Kyle's house. Those had not been, there wasn't a lot of fill there. Now, there's a lot of fill as you go up that hill and into where the runway is. And I would also point out, they'd like to talk about the runway there was already a lot of the runway taken out. So I don't know if they're counting that when they say all the area that's been reclaimed, but a substantial part of that runway is gone already. But anyway, that's my request is that where they're saying that shouldn't be waived, I'm echoing that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not really rebutting what Mr. Williams stated. What I'm trying to emphasize is that we could easily take the approach of looking at this in a very large watershed. The concern I have is that it's going to end up diminishing the overall impacts here when you take credit for the removal of all of this existing asphalt, because that's how the analysis is done. And we don't want to take that, we did not want to take that approach, but I still don't want to do it. And I basically said to Fuss, if they would have us do that, it would probably take me kicking and screaming not to do it. Because what's going to end up happening is I probably don't have to put a lot of this infiltration in as a result, because you're going to get credit back for this asphalt that's been removed. So by taking the approach that we're doing, all the new surface area is what counts. And if you look at it that way, it's a much more prudent way of reviewing the site. Because now you're looking at what is your real impacts and are you addressing them all? Yes, we are. Versus just taking credit for removing something that's then going to allow me to create new impervious areas because I'm being offset by what I take away. So again, I would just say, be careful what you ask for, because it'll go the other way. It won't be as effective. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Tom Purcell. I am
Your address, sir?
29 Meadow Lane.
Thank you.
There's a, if you bring up the detailed view of the plan, right there. So behind 30 Meadow is where our leach field is, and there's a dotted line there. There's also, right next to where our leach field is, there's another parcel that we have an easement on that's not on this plan. We actually have where our leach field is, and we have a reserve area. And that reserve area goes over that dotted pipe there and all the way to the abuts the house on the right back. Just, I'm not sure if those who are proposing this project are aware of that. It's definitely on the town plans. In fact, I have a plan at home that.
So the soil absorption system is
Yep.
an additional easement to the right?
To the left, to the left. Yeah, it's the same size as the soil absorption system. Okay.
So within that yellow square, there's another easement?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
For the reserve area?
Excuse me?
For the reserve area of the
Yes.
septics?
Yeah, you'll see it on the town plans. Second thing is that I'm not sure what I mean, there's the term return to meadow has been used a couple of times. And our leach field and the leach field right next to it, the white block is the leach field, the soil absorption system for the Carriage Hill Condo Association. Those are, I guess you could call them meadows, but they have soil absorption pipes sticking up and they're roped off, right? I'm not sure how that counts as a meadow, but it's a roped off area. So it's not like anybody's going to be wandering in that meadow. The runway and the reduction in the width of the runway, again, that's referred to as return to meadow. I mean, from an open space perspective, reducing the size of a road from 15 feet to 10, the width, I'm not sure if that's a great open space play for what what Southborough is looking for open space. That in that particular area that has the runway on it, unless they're planning on doing, I mean, that's all fill, right? That is all fill. Nothing is going to leach in that area. So they can remove the asphalt, but what's under it is there's nothing that's going to leach down there. It's the same issue as every other space. You can remove asphalt, but if you have clay underneath, that's not going to help drainage. It's just going to be water that's going to, and that's why the wetlands are there, right? The area that aren't wetlands, that's all fill, right? Impenetrable, right? Nothing can get down in there except for where they dug out for our leach fields. And even our leach fields have difficulty. The Meadow Lane, the condo association leach field has failed. Our leach field has failed. I think it was 15 years ago, we actually investigated moving over to our reserve area because the leach field failed. We ended up actually installing another system that remediated the problem. But any type of, and I said this last time, any type of soil absorption expectations for this property, they're kind of out the window. The same people that are looking at the plans that this crew is trying to get approved are the same people that actually approved the plans for our leach field and the leach field for Carriage Hill, right? And they both failed. We have a problem here. This is not the type of project where we want to be experimenting with flexible development. This land and this property and the way this thing was constructed, this was never intended to be built on. The developer who bought this at a discount, knowing that the issues that we're talking about were real and the potential that he would not be able to develop on it. And he's looking for creative solutions to maximize his profit. I don't begrudge him for that, but we have to respect the existing assets that are on this land. And I don't think any of the proposals that have come forward so far are realistic. I mean, it's just, I mean, if I were in their shoes, I'd be asking the question, how can I do something on this land and remediate the issues that are already there? They've never done that. We have all these infrastructure on this land, and if there are problems, we have no recourse. We had a friendly relationship with the Calander estate. Since the land has been sold, different story. And I'm just not quite sure what we should do. I'm not even sure if we should even comment on this proposal because I don't even think that it's a realistic proposal. I really think what these guys need to do is start from square one and try to understand what the existing concerns are and how to minimize the impact on the existing infrastructure as opposed to how to maximize their profits. That's it.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bill Poutrain. I'm the applicant. I want to address a few things tonight, and from our last meeting also, I feel like I need to do that. I hadn't said anything, but I really feel I need to tonight. First, I respectfully request the board to determine the compliance with the town code for the application. That's it. If it meets town code, and we're permitted to do it, and the other boards in the town believe that we're meeting it, I'm going to respectfully ask the board to approve it. During our last meeting, there was some very disturbing comments made. I have no problem whatsoever with anyone voicing concerns over the viability or the legality of our project. What I can't and what I will not permit is any abutters slandering me, the board, any town employees, and I would hope this board would support me in these feelings on behalf of the town. We can't allow that. Slander and character assassination are clear in the last meeting and have no place in this town, none. At the board's request, I reached out to all abutters, clearly stating that I would be glad to hear their concerns and attempt to address some of them. I only had one meeting with 2 separate abutters. I requested follow-up meetings with those abutters on many occasions, but received nothing but excuses why they couldn't meet, and not one other abutter would meet. The board asked me to reach out to the abutters. It's exactly what I did. Also, to restate, I have many emails showing that I have been in contact with the abutters about these plans for over a year prior to the last meeting on December 4th. In my opinion, and the opinion of the others, these abutters are just acting as obstructionists. I've been told by neighbors, and I'm going to give you some quote, duplexes are a transient housing type. All duplexes, transient housing type. I've been told, quote, this type of housing doesn't belong on, quote, this side of the town. And most disturbing, it was requested that I pay $50,000 for the association, for which one member of that association characterized that in a letter as extortion. And I have a copy of that letter right here, if the town wants to put that on the record. This is what we're dealing with. We need to stop the nonsense, evaluate our request based on compliance with the town bylaw, adherence to the comments by the independent review engineer hired by the town and paid for by me. They are the experts. Nobody else. The experts are the engineers. That's the reason why we have independent review. It's the reason why I hire engineers. It's the reason why that's there. And any appropriate feedback from the board, obviously. I want to do my best. I've lived in this town for 35 years. What I will not have, under any circumstances, is anybody assassinating my character or stating their implied state of mind that I have. They have no business doing that, nor do they understand what my state of mind is. I've been in front of this board before, and never have I looked to maximize my profits, even though I have every right to do that. The first project by the church that was approved here, a very similar project, I could have had 7. I did 6 and donated land to the church. In this case, I can do 6 and 2 duplexes. And I'm coming back with 5 because I think that that's what's right. I think what we're trying to do is to end up, we took a lot of pride in making sure that the non-permeable material that would be on this site would be less than what's already there. Couple of comments by Freddie. Sorry, Freddie. Just to answer a couple of the concerns and a couple of the comments made about that runway. The runway that you see that we have left, it was initially 30 feet. The entire runway was between 30 and 32 feet all the way down, okay? There's about, Peter, what is there, 12 feet that we left at this point?
Right.
So we've left 12 feet for the easement that would be used by the person at number 30, which he's absolutely fine with. So we're not going from 15 to 10. We're going from 30 to 12. There's been many occasions where you've looked, and if we are to make the statement that grass can't grow in areas that are fill, that whole front area is grassed. It's all a grass meadow, all of it. So by their own definition, that's all fill. Grass can't grow on that. With regards to the properties at 20 and 22, saying there was no fill on 20 or 22, you have the test pits right there that were witnessed by the town on 20 and 22, and there was fill on both of those sites. So to make up things and create stories of things that just aren't true, that are inconsistent with the tests that have been done, is a disservice to me, it's a disservice to this board, it's a disservice to the town. Again, I respectfully request that you give me the opportunity to bring a proposal to you that meets the town code and your concerns. My commitment is we will do everything in our power to do that. But I also, at the same time, ask for your commitment to not allow character assassination or slander in this room on behalf of the town, because I won't tolerate it. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, there was a Supreme Judicial Court decision that people can say whatever they want in public
You
comment.
can't slander. You can't slander. The Supreme Court will never authorize slander.
Yes, sir.
Kyle Dumont. We live at 20 Meadow Lane. So I'm not sure if that counts as an abutting property to the proposal or not.
Anyone can speak.
Okay. So obviously, trust isn't running super high amongst the constituents at this moment. So to that end, I understand some of the concerns of folks that have easements running through these properties, because there's some confusion about what is being promised or what's being said. And understandably, I think that people are trying to figure out exactly what is going to kind of get implemented, what protections they have if something goes wrong, or what responsibilities kind of lie with those respective kind of folks. So at least from my standpoint, what the proposal is suggesting is a substantial change to the neighborhood. And, I think we have some concerns about that, at the very least, to the extent to which, in your guys' view, you feel like it meets the requirements from the planning board that otherwise, you can take into consideration what some of the neighbors' concerns are, and we want what's best for the township as well as what's best for the neighborhood. And also want to see that Bill gets to exercise kind of his rights in keeping with the rest of the interests of the communities as well. But as it currently stands, there's significant concerns around how they're going to be treating the neighbors, and that I think, I will be kind of monitoring what the ongoing proposals are for, future meetings.
Thank you.
Hi, Bree Charbonneau, 22 Meadow Lane. We are an immediate abutter. I don't know, all of this is new to me. We've been coming to the meetings since we were made aware of this current presentation of plans. Obviously, we're in one of the newer homes that was built there, and when we purchased or started the build process, it was a much different plan that was verbally presented to us of what would be built. This is not it. So I have huge concerns about the negative impact on our life's work of what we put into this house and the value of what a duplex, and I'm not saying that, duplexes, they have their spot, but this, when we met with the developer and the realtor before we made an offer on this property, we were walked the property and told the vision of the property, and this was not it. And so we signed on that dotted line, and we put our life savings into this home, and now this is being presented, and I feel as though this has a significant negative impact on the value of the home that we just purchased. Those are my concerns. We have spoke to Bill. We had a very friendly relationship. After that first meeting at the beginning of December, he did reach out to us several times, and we heard him and we expressed our concerns. They have not changed.
Can I speak again? I'm not sure I agree with Bill's assessment that saying that he wants to maximize profit is character assassination. I hope he doesn't take it that way. He obviously has, but that's his deal. There has been a dialogue between Bill Poutre and our association. I would characterize it a little bit differently than what Bill, just the way he characterized it. And I'm not the person that we have a representative of the association that communicates with Bill, so I've had very little communication with him, but I see all the emails. Bill's dialogue with us is really telling us what we can do for him. And, you know, it started out with him basically saying that he wanted us, this is before he even owned the land. He came to us and said, I want to tap into your shared septic system, and you're going to pay for it, right? He actually sent us, he can show emails. We have the email. He actually said to our engineer that he was working with to see whether our shared septic would have capacity for some additional homes. And he came up with this sort of a strange proposal that we would let him share, we would let the homes tap in, and we would pay for the connections. We were perplexed by this, right? So right off the bat, we're like, what is, you know, what does Bill want, right? So it's really been a series of Bill communicating with us. We've had very little communication back to him. It's been about him communicating to us about what he wants from us, right? His last communication, when he said that he tried to reach out to us, was that he had discovered that the drainage pipe from the abutter's property on 30 Meadow Lane that went out to the street was crossing his land, and he wanted us to address that issue, right? Now, this issue had nothing to do with our association. The Calander estate split these lots, and someone didn't realize that when they split it, and they split it because they wanted a certain frontage, right? That there was this pipe that actually ended up on the wrong side of the lot, right? So Bill came to us and said, hey, we need to move this pipe. And we got an estimate that it was going to cost $10,000 to do this, right? And it was on the corner of his lot, so there was no reason for us to have to move that pipe, honestly. Bill could have very easily gone to the homeowner in 30 Meadow Lane and said, hey, we have a problem here. I need to offer you an easement on this pipe that has nothing to do with my development. But that's not the way he's approached us, right? I mean, we went back to him and said, that's not our issue. That's something for you to work out with the homeowner on 30 Meadow Lane. We don't really want to have what we want to have with Bill, and Bill, I'm asking you again, right? Because we've asked this before, is we want to sit down and we want to talk about what you can do on that land and protect our assets, right? We don't want to have a one-way conversation where you tell us what we want to do. That's not a discussion. So I'm reaching out to Bill here in this public forum and saying, that's what we want. If you want to do that, let's do it. And if you want, even if you want to get an arbitrator to work it out, we'll do that. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
One more time for the recording clerk who watches these. It's because they don't know, they don't see you talking, so just your name and, I know the address, it's 29 Meadow Lane, right? It's Tom?
My name is Tom Purcell. I'm 29 Meadowland.
Okay, thank you.
So just a couple closing comments. We are looking at this, and if it complies with the code, and it doesn't. So that's where we are right now. And Peter, to your comment that you removed out the soil absorption systems and the wetlands, and that leaves 16.4% upland, and 55 is required, so it doesn't comply.
Again, it's the, I'm not gonna take issue with your definition. I will address it, and if it ends up not complying, then it doesn't comply.
Very good.
I'm just glad we had tonight's discussion, because there's a lot of air that had to get let out, and it got let out, so we have to do it in 2 weeks. And we don't have to hear it again, so that's good, so thank you.
Really?
I hope we don't have to hear it again. Thank you.
So anyone on Zoom? No? Okay.
No, Peter, I just want to
Yep, okay.
suggest just reach out to Bill Cundiff, DPW Director.
On Meadow?
Yeah, about a couple of concerns. He was going to write a memo, but he had a couple concerns.
Okay, sure, I'll follow up.
Where the water service was along the road, just to make sure there's no interference. And
Understood, yep.
some some town right-of-way impacts.
Okay.
No, you can read them all at the same time.
Okay, can I go ahead and make a motion? So the first is a decision due date. We are shifting the 26 Meadow Lane, Reservoir Meadows, MSPA, SP Lid, and SP MRD to March 14th for decision due date.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Brascio, yes.
Then yes.
Okay, and we are moving,
Continue.
continuing, but we're going to go to the February 24th? Is that what we think?
Peter,
If they come, I hear
Peter
you.
guaranteed that we'll have
Well-
Fuss and O'Neill, and he'll have his responses ready, and I'm holding him to it.
Just could be a really long night, those nights. That'll be
I
a
have
lot
to
of these
address the guy in
meetings.
the back of the room. I don't want to have to talk about it, so we'll just do the 24th, and we'll bump it if we have to bump it.
Okay,
I'm
fair enough.
sorry.
So I move to continue 3 public hearings for 26 Meadow Lane, Reservoir Meadows, the major site plan approval, the special permit lower impact development, and the special permit major residential development / flexible development to February 24th at 7:15.
And I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Brascio, yes.
Thank you.
Then yes.
Sorry, Jesse.
Very good. Now, thank you, Peter.
Bye, Peter. Can I
Opinion.
make a motion for a 2-minute recess, please?
Sure.
Just one discussion point. Is that it for the public hearings?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm signing off. Thanks, everybody.
Feel better, Jesse?
Feel better, Jesse?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what my request was. Do we have to take a vote or just?
Yeah.
Okay. I make a motion to take a 2-minute recess.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Jamira, yes?
Russia, yes.
We are back in session. Welcome back, everyone. The next item on the agenda is a discussion item, 361 Turnpike Road, Valvoline Instant Oil Change, minor site plan. Do you want to bring us up to date, Corinne?
Okay. The last planning board meeting, since this is minor site plan, it's not a public hearing, it's just a discussion item. The last meeting was on January 27th. We received an extension request from the applicant, which was granted to extend the deadline. We also received submission number 2, which was then provided to the planning board, and we also submitted it to Fuss and O'Neill on the 7th. So they confirmed that they received it and will be re-reviewing it. Haven't received any comments from the town department at this point, but we'll make sure if anything comes in, we'll forward it to you.
Okay.
That's where we're at. Oh, wait, one last thing, I'm sorry. Kind of out of it. So we had received comments from the Conservation Commission on January 23rd. I think I forwarded those to you.
Yep.
Planning Board. And the Building Commissioner of the last review said he had no comments at this time. Now I've covered everything.
And these we received on Thursday also?
We received this on February 6th, which was
Wednesday.
Just looked and saw it was. Yeah, 6th was Thursday. It's stamped on the, okay. All right, welcome.
Okay. Vito Colonna with Cornerstone Engineering, and we have...
Bob Lattis, Metro Loop Enterprises.
Okay, so just from last time, there was a bunch of discussion items at the meeting last time. We just wanted to go over those first, and then we can get into any changes, questions on the plans. I guess the biggest one was the truck exclusion. We did research that. We got the approval letters from DOT, and we also received the official vote from the town clerk. So essentially what it is there's a truck exclusion where it prohibits through traffic going through. It doesn't prohibit any delivery vehicles, service vehicles, pickups, anything like that, so it wouldn't actually impact the functionality of the site development and their use on the project. It's more meant to just exclude, the through traffic from large trucks going through the site, through the roadway. And it's written that way in both the bylaw and in the DOT approvals. One odd thing that the town clerk said, it wasn't actually in the bylaw yet, just as an oversight. They just have to get to the vendor to get that actually written into the bylaw. But it is in effect. It's why we didn't see it, because it isn't actually written in there yet. But it is in effect. Yeah, the name of the street needs to add to the list. That's all.
Excuse me, do you want to go one by one and we can comment on it, or do you want to speak first and?
We can go through, might as well just take
Yeah,
care of them.
the
If you
chair
want to
decide.
go through them. If you want to comment on them now, we can go it that way.
Well, usually the proponent does their
Okay.
presentation, and then we can go through.
Yep. We looked at the site lighting. I think last time there was some comments just made from the board about providing a little more lighting on the back parking spaces. So they added 2 lights in the back, one being a solar-mounted light, and the other one mounted a wall pack on the dumpster enclosure, just to give a little bit more light for those rear parking spaces, but not so much that it shines over the property lines. They're all fully shielded and still complies with the full lumen count for the site. There's actually less lumens now than the original proposal, even though there's more lights. They've just been dispersed a little bit. We also looked at the traffic. There was some questions on that last time. And kind of the volumes of traffic and how that may affect the surrounding area. This use is actually, it's a little different than many uses that have, a typical office building or something that has their peak first thing in the morning and then coincides with that PM peak. This one, their traffic is really dispersed throughout the day. They have their peak hourly volume. The peak day is actually on a weekend, it's on a Saturday, and it's a 6 vehicles per hour peak. And then during the weekday, it's pretty dispersed right through the day. It's generally about in that 4 to 5 vehicles per hour, but it's fairly even and consistent throughout the day. There's a little bit peak depending on the day of the week. Fridays are different than a Monday just because people's patterns are different. But it doesn't coincide with that AM 8 o'clock peak. It's usually dispersed later in the day. So it really wouldn't affect the traffic in the area because it doesn't coincide with those normal AM and PM peaks. And like I say, the average vehicles per day, they're anticipating once it's up to build, 45 to 50 vehicles a day going through the facility. And like I say, those are dispersed throughout, so that's about averaging, one vehicle every 15 to 20 minutes or so, sometimes less. And then we also, let's see, and then other than that, we did look at the signage. I think there was one comment based upon, it was something with the Fuss and O'Neills, but it was also brought up by some of the board members. We did confirm with building inspector through Karina that the height shown on the plan was allowed. We would need, the wall signage would have to get looked at, just if they want multiple wall signages, they would have to look at that and potentially a special permit. But the freestanding sign, the larger size is allowed on Route 9. And then other than that, we just had the Fuss and O'Neill comments, which I'm sure you probably want to wait till you get their revised review back. But we didn't really see much in there that would overall impact the project itself. There was some smaller comments. We revised one of the drainage systems, makes it a little shallower, gave it a little bit more separation to potential groundwater. And other than that, there really was just kind of a few minor tweaks that we did with the stormwater system. So I don't know if you just want to wait till you get their review back to comment on that. The only other kind of modification we made to the site plan itself, we actually lowered the septic system down a little bit. We revised some of the gradings after concerns we discussed with one of the abutters about blocking view shed to the abutter. So we lowered this corner down right in here. Before we had about I think it was a 7-foot fill in that corner. We've lowered it down significantly to help that view not get blocked off. Let's see, and then the only other item we modified was the landscape plan. And I know there was comments last time that there were a lot of non-natives. We sent it back to the landscape architect, and he had modified the plantings, and I'm hoping that those are all native species now to be able to satisfy those requirements. I know there's some discussion that the abutter wants to have, and also would like to have about the trees along the frontage, whether all of those are necessary or if any of them can get waived. Just the density of those along Route 9, that's where you want your visibility the most, whether there's any leeway there with any of those trees. But this is the revised planting plan that we think does comply with all the rules in the regulations. I think that's all we have.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan.
So thank you for doing the research and finding that. I think in the spirit of the truck exclusion, it was not to have trucks on that road. So I understand the commercial exclusion, and I understand, the property is there. It's a worrisome road, and I don't know if you've spent any time on this area. I think I have concerns with, again, just shutting off the Route 9 access and putting it onto a scenic road, which is Flag Road, which is already, for people to get out of Flag Road, there's a Cumberland Farms and there's a 495. It's very difficult and it makes it extremely treacherous for residents, never mind people that are just stopping to get their oil changed. So I know you've purposely put it off of Flag Road to avoid the Route 9. Have you had conversations with Mass DOT around being able to access ingress and egress onto Route 9 versus forcing it onto Flag?
No, we haven't had any conversation with them. We could discuss it with them, but their opinion almost every time is reduce the curb cuts. The less turning movements, the safer. Flag Road itself is a defined intersection, and I know that there are, when you look at the accident history, there is some accidents up here, and usually that's due to more curb cuts, more interactions with vehicles. You want to reduce that the most you can, and that's the purpose of moving that up off there. We're using with the deceleration lane coming in there, that's already defined, and you have that already set up intersection. What you really want to do is just decrease as many curb cuts as you can. We already have, there's 2 down here, there's 4, and then there's 6. So there's 6 in this short stretch. We don't want to add another one.
It's busy. It's a really busy, just treacherous area, having lived here for over 25 years.
Right.
The other question that I'd have is just having a no right turn, and not allow anybody to make a right-hand turn out of your parking lot and to force the lefts. That would be one of my recommendations, because the whole point was that the Flag is a scenic road and it's very narrow. Right in that area is very dangerous. So just to add to the traffic is concerning. I recognize the traffic studies that you have from other areas, and you're suggesting Saturday is a bigger day, which and then not necessarily rush hour, which is great. I don't know if that holds true for this location.
And we did look at, we definitely want to use the no right turn for any delivery trucks, anything like that. And we discussed what type of delivery trucks they do have. It's nothing different than you may have at your house. The oil truck comes to your house, when they come maintain your septic system.
UPS, FedEx, that's it.
Right. So they don't really
There's nothing else.
They don't have like big oil tankers, that type of stuff. It's a smaller vehicle.
But like to remove the oil change stuff is just a normal truck. There's not like
Just like a
hazmat
like a house
type
that
of
goes.
truck?
Nope, safety clean, just like a truck that goes
Okay.
to your house to deliver oil. That's all they are.
Okay.
So we have waste management, UPS, FedEx, safety clean, and oil delivery every 2 weeks. It's very minimal deliveries. Again, most of it is, I think, UPS or FedEx.
Yeah, it's not, they don't bring in the big, like an 18-wheeler worth of oil.
Right,
It's
okay.
the same trucks that, generally go to your house, or whoever has
Yeah.
oil still. A lot of houses don't, but, or if you get your septic tank pumps, which everyone on the street must. So it's the same type of vehicles, and it isn't, like you say, it's not coming every day. It's once every,
Oil's every 2 weeks, and then UPS, FedEx, it could be that once or twice a week. Waste management, once a week.
yeah, because isn't.
Safety clean, once every 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, the volume of oil that's actually used, it's not like a gas station where you're
Yeah.
filling up, 20 gallons at a time. You're only
Yep.
Yeah.
quarts, what we're measuring in. So the volumes really aren't there to necessitate, weekly or even every day.
So, again, thank you for addressing. I didn't, as you knew, for other public hearings, we had quite an agenda to review. I didn't go in depth. I think that was it. Let me just make sure I had a note on anything else. I didn't. Not at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Maria.
Hi there, thank you for addressing the comments. So if it's okay, I'd like to just read the truck exclusion, because I have a completely different view of the truck exclusion. It's just 3 lines, or maybe it's one big line. This exclusion does not apply to heavy commercial vehicles going to or coming from any of the above excluded routes for the purpose of making deliveries of goods, materials, or merchandise to or similar collections from abutting land or buildings or adjacent streets or ways to which access cannot otherwise be gained. So we understand that Route 9 is the arterial, and Flag Road is a collector road. So they're different. If you look on the Mass DOT website, they're classified as different. So what you're doing is you're proposing to put traffic onto a small scenic road, and instead you're worried about curb cuts on Route 9. And I think that's, you have to rethink that. I think that's just completely backwards. I wanted to tell you that I think Mr. Stein mentioned last time that Flag Road is one of the most heavily studied, he or I or one of our members, Flag Road is one of the most heavily studied roads in town. I just wanted to read you a couple of other things. As you know, and I think you in your right up here, you mentioned a traffic study from 2012 or 2013. So we all know why that, studies were getting done at that time. In 2016, our select board wrote a letter to Mass DOT District 3 and copied our state senator and state representative, Carolyn Dykma and Jamie Eldridge. And this is what the select board wrote about Flag Road. Flag Road is one of the few spine roads that we have connecting Route 30 with Route 9. Therefore, it's used as a cut-through for commuters and commercial traffic, in addition to residents who live on Flag and connecting streets. It's narrow, winding roads with varying depths due to the scenic nature of the road and the limitations of mature trees and stone walls. It presents challenges for vehicles trying to navigate oncoming traffic and pedestrian traffic who otherwise have nowhere to walk. There are no bailout areas, so to speak. While traffic reports may suggest that Flag can safely handle more traffic than it currently does, we maintain that the road is already challenged to handle its current level of traffic. So also in that area, there had been a Route 9 495, I think it was called the Interchange Project, and they were looking at the weave in there. That area had been highly studied in around 2012, 13, maybe even a little bit later than that. I'd followed that things for years, and also I looked at the crash data, and the that interchange weave was taken off of the tip. I think that right now we can consider that the road, that additional lane that is currently on Route 9 is working, because I'm a resident in town, and I think that we shouldn't be worried so much about curb cuts. I don't think that we even suggested that, for example, when other businesses were going in there. I think we really have to be worried about the safety of the residents on Flag Road. So I'm kind of frankly surprised, maybe I'm the only one who reads this, but to which access cannot otherwise be gained, to me, says you have to enter on Route 9, because that's the access. And you freely admit that that's access. So I don't think there's an issue. I wanted to ask you if you have the Mass DOT curb cut, because you mentioned you've got something, but it doesn't appear that you think you have an access issue.
Right, so the definition, when you read under the exemption, that provision of ways which cannot be accessed otherwise, that's in reference to adjacent streets and ways. So that's meaning if you have a street off of Flag Road that you can't access a different way, that's not applicable to the properties on Flag Road. So that's what that section is referencing to.
I think that's talking about the trucks and whether you should be using arterials or using smaller roads. And I mean, it's just common knowledge that you should be using arterial roads. So I mean, I read it differently, because you do have access. You have two choices. You're choosing a scenic road over an arterial.
Right, and in this one, though, that exclusion, I guess we just read it differently. I don't know how we get an interpretation of that, but we just read it differently. That provision that you reference is only related to accessing other roads, not accessing property on the road itself. So it's if, I forget down the road, if you had a dead-end street off of Flag, that's what that provision is going for. It's saying you could get to that dead end. But if you get to that same road through a different route, then you go that way.
Well, I think we're talking about getting to a destination where you have two choices, and you're choosing a scenic road over an arterial. and I don't support that.
Okay, but just to reiterate, though, we do get the exclusion would be applicable in this case, where you could get delivery vehicles to this site.
Oh, I don't mean, I have no trouble with, I mean, with the delivery vehicles, you're talking about FedEx and everything that
Right.
come.
Yeah, that's what the truck exclusion
Right.
we were discussing.
Right, but the egress into your property where the oil trucks are going to come, where the traffic is going to flow, I think that you have to use Route 9.
Okay.
I did have also a concern.
Right,
If you
that's-
don't use Route 9, you could be sneaking through town under the guise of delivery. So you could be using Deerfoot, Clifford, and other roads, and I don't think that's in the spirit of the
So-
vehicle exclusion either.
Well,
Because a FedEx truck doesn't meet the definition of heavy commercial vehicle, right? We're only talking about the oil trucks, right?
no, any vehicle over 2.5 tons.
So a FedEx truck meets.
Depends on the size of it. But one other point is, even if you have your entrance on and off Flag Road, that's not going to limit the vehicles that are going to travel up Flag Road. If I am someone who lives up in the center of town and I go to the Valvoline and I leave on here, I'm just going to take a right and go up Flag Road. It isn't going to limit
Unless
any
we limit it.
vehicles on Flag Road whatsoever.
Well, I mean, I don't know that the board has the will to do that, but this board has the right to do that.
Right, I'm just saying, though, if you're worried about traffic on Flag Road, moving that entrance isn't going to impact anything.
I think your numbers
It's
are
just going to create a
small.
safer situation for.
Right, I think you've shown that your numbers are six an hour or something like that.
Yeah, and
But I think in general, zoning is for safety. And I think we get ourselves into a little bit of trouble when you start merging your neighborhoods with, commercial properties.
It is what it's zoned for.
It is zoned for it, but you have an arterial road that is there, for use. I mean, it's different than other properties.
They're still going to use Flag Road, even if they exit onto Route 9. They're still gonna. You can't restrict them to go up Flag Road.
I think this board can if they wanted to. I'm not saying that, but
How would
there's
you restrict
precedent.
FDOT?
Sorry?
How would you restrict the DOT from taking a right out of the property? I don't understand that.
I mean, I'm not thinking about that right now. I think that this board has the right to restrict, and I think they have previously. I'm not saying that's my wish or anything like that, but I'm saying I believe that ingress and egress need to come from the arterial, and the arterial is Route 9.
Anything else? Ms. Broccio?
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for bringing the plans. I too have spent a lot of time on trying to think of how, not to restrict cars going down Flag, because again, you really can't do that. I thought a lot about I went down the same path you did. If we make cars exit and enter off of Route 9, if somebody wants to go down Flag, they're just going to come out and go down Flag. I have considered, Marnie, as you did, the no right-hand turn. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I'll be the first to admit I'm an offender of that on another street in town. It's just convenience.
You heard that on the record, folks.
So I get that, I get that. And I bet there's a bunch of us that would be hard pressed at this specific place to not say we've done that. But, we certainly could do that. But then I think again, so I'm a resident that lives on Flag or one of the feeder roads off Flag, and I want to come and get my oil changed, and I'm not able to get home. I would have to come out, if we restricted it, I'd have to come out on Flag and potentially turn around on 495, which is, I think, a bigger safety issue, to try to come back to get home. Do I know what the solution to this is? Absolutely not. This is, traffic is not my forte, but looking at the safety of it and the scenic road portion and how narrow Flag Road is, it's certainly concerning. I know we're not talking a million cars coming down there, and I get that too. So I'm still trying to weigh But I do have concerns with Route 9. We have Nan's, that's coming out, as well as cars cutting over to get on 495 or go into Cumberland Farms. And I worry adding another exit 5 feet, 10 feet from where there's already a ramp going on to Flag Road, another exit or entrance, could potentially create a bigger hazard. So I don't know where I'm at on this. I think it's a challenge, and I appreciate you trying to find a way. But again, I've thought about the right turn only, and again, I just worry about anybody from the north side of town that may utilize this, because again, it's convenient as heck to have this in town, to have to, so you go at 4 o'clock on a, any day of the week. We know what it's like to get out onto Route 9. So I just worry that we're creating an additional hazard for, the residents as well. So again, I don't have the solution, but it's certainly a interesting conversation for us to have and try to find a solution to. So thank you.
Lisa, just a quick question, though. If you're on the north side of town and you end up using Route 9 to go in, and say you're forced to use Route 9 to come out, you would just flip back up Flag and go your way up to the north side then, right? You could.
Well, you certainly could. So, but again, you're forcing traffic to come out onto Route 9 when we're talking about how congested that intersection is. That's my concern. It's having cars come out, and I agree, cars are either going to go up or they're not going to go up Flag. A sign isn't going to stop that from happening either. It's going to happen. So I guess for me, it's trying to decide where is the safest place for their customers, potentially our residents or people passing through town. What is the safest way for them to, exit and enter this property? Again, if it wasn't such a crazy, 100 yards from, getting onto 495, and how many people jump in that right-hand lane as quick as they can, trying to scoot around everybody to get on 495 a little quicker. Now, I'm not admitting I've ever done that, but, I'm just trying to find the safest way to do this. So let me just ask you this. How far up Flag, if you're coming up Flag, is your entrance? I probably should have looked and known the answer to this, but sitting here now,
Yeah, so
it's
you come right around the corner.
okay. So again, I don't have the answers to this, and Deb, I understand exactly what you're saying, and I know there's residents here that are concerned about, additional traffic on Flag Road as well. But, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
I develop these sites all over the country. Mass DOT is not going to give us a curb cut, I can tell you that.
There's the problem.
They will never give us the curb cut. They take them away every time. Sorry.
But it's there. There's a driveway there now, isn't there?
There is one there, yeah, but it wouldn't be, we'd have to modify it for this use and change it. We could discuss it with them. We could have some initial discussions with them just to see what they say.
Yeah.
But-
Well, so I'm from the other side of town, so I drive west on Route 9 and find it very dangerous there. So I would think having another cars pulling in and pulling out right there on that lane, as Lisa was saying, the state was nice enough to extend that third lane that gives people another acceleration lane to get to 495 before everyone else. And trying to get on 495 is a nightmare because you're not supposed to get in that lane until after Flag Road, but everybody does anyway. And so I have a different perspective. We'll have to figure this out. I think it's safer going on Flag. And I agree with your interpretation of the exclusion, that trucks are allowed to go there, and Karina has an email from Mass DOT that explains it the same way. And I think the added layer of mitigation, asking heavy trucks not to turn right on Flag, is a good one, but I think it would be difficult to have no right turn, because then residents couldn't get home again.
And I would say most of the business at this specific location is going to be transient Route 9 traffic. It'll be minimal traffic from the town of Southborough. There's just not enough residential population that are going to go there 50 times a day. It's going to be mostly the Route 9 traffic, transient traffic. So you come in, and they're going to pull out. That's it, almost everybody.
I know people are telling me, oh, great, I have to go to Marlboro, I have to go. I'm going to Marlboro on Saturday. I'm like, I don't think this is going to be ready by then. Thank you for updating the landscaping. Much better. There's still some perennials and grasses that are not native.
Okay.
And our landscaping bylaw requires shrubs to be 36 inches, and those are listed as 5 and 7 gallons, and I don't know what that means.
Okay, we'll have them put a size on it instead.
And note number 9 on the landscape plan, plant substitutions approved by landscape architect should have and town planner. So we can't substitute with burning bush.
Yep.
And what are the hours?
Monday through Friday, 7 to 7, Saturday, 8 to 6, and Sunday, 9 to 5, I believe.
7 to 7, Saturday.
8 to 6, and Sunday, 9 to 5. I'm also a resident of Southborough, by the way.
I think that's all I have right now. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, the endorsement block. Sure.
Like the registered landscape architect stamp was 11/13/24, but the revision date is 12/3.
Yeah.
A little bit of a conflict.
Yeah,
Might
he
wanna
probably-
just-
it's, I think it's his digital one, that's why.
Okay.
It probably
You
is.
can update that.
Yep.
And it's helpful if on the final plan set eventually, you have the same revision date on every page.
Okay.
Because we reference it in the decision. And
Yeah, so we'll put that, we'll have them do that. on-
Yeah, at the end, just make the same date on precedent. And I think on the cover sheet, it's not a big deal, but the planning board endorsement lines are not on the right side. If you had room, you could put them there. That's not the biggest deal because it's the cover. But we like to
Oh.
keep the lines on the right sides.
Okay,
It's easy for the planning board to sign that way.
okay.
Just some administrative.
It's all about planning board ease.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Hi, Howard Rose, 2 Bantry Road. First of all, thank you for trying to bring a business to town. Believe it or not, we appreciate that. But I do have some concerns, both the layout, concerns for you, as well as concerns for us. And you guys have been making my points for you. First of all, you said most of the people coming to this thing are transient. There are 38,000 cars that go on Route 9 every day. There's 300 on Flag. The way your building's orientated, no one's going to see your building. Everyone's going to drive by it, miss the turn, and they're going to go to Jiffy Lube in the next town. You'll be out of business in 6 months. Try this suggestion. How about that curb cut on 9? Come in one way. Come out on Flag. You come in, turn the building, so you drive into the base, come out the back like you do at all these things, continue out onto Flag with a left only, and you turn right back onto Route 9. There's no traffic into the neighborhood. There's no safety at that culvert. You have the access you need. You'll actually see your building. You'll be able to pull into it and provide it. I promise you now, if you have driven Flag Road and you take that turn, as you were turning into your building right now, someone's going to ram you from behind.
I live in Southborough, I know Flag Road.
Yeah, I live on right off Flag Road. I promise you that you're going to have accidents that just the way it's cut right now. And they're going to miss your building. I'd like you guys to be around for a while. Taxes are good.
I operate 130 stores, I think I know how to lay them out.
Okay, I'm just telling you, what other buildings do you have turned like that where no one can see the signs from the road?
I'm sorry?
What other buildings, where is another building where you can't see the signs from the road, you don't have the bays in the front?
I have them in Miami, I have them in Tampa, I have them in Worcester.
Okay.
I have them in Arkansas, I have them all over the country, so.
All right, I'm just, food for thought.
You know how to lay
I
'em
understand
out.
you're fighting MassDOT. I'm getting annoyed with MassDOT constantly playing with our local roads and not taking business on the main roads where they belong. There is already a curb cut there. There's already a lane there. Nans
There's
is
an
already
existing
there.
curb cut, they will eliminate it. I do this every day.
I
If there's
understand.
another curb
But
cut,
that's your fight with MassDOT, not with us.
there is no
The
fight.
town-
It's
The
no.
town has to stand up for ourselves and our safety, and if it means our lawyer has to go against MassDOT, then that's what needs to happen. It already happens, the exact thing I'm talking about already happens right up the street at the Cumberland Farms. You come in one way, go out the other way on Park Central, and it works well. This gives you everything you need with the safety you need as well. I'm not even saying don't get rid of it. I'm saying bring your business. I'd love to see it. I'm saying do it safely, that works for everyone without putting anything down. There's no reason to go down that neighborhood. And you get more traffic from the actual 38,000 cars you're trying to absorb than the few people in town. I'm offering solutions. Look at the trees you're putting in. You're going to block your building. No one's going to see you. So I would encourage you to look at that a little better. And yes, I understand there's a challenge with MassDOT. There's always a challenge with MassDOT. That's your fight. But your solution to MassDOT is not our local road. Your solution with MassDOT is talking to MassDOT. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Green, 10 Tower Road. I know Bob, and I know he runs a great business. I know he knows what he's doing. The issue, and I've lived on this road now for 14 years at this spot, Deerfoot Road for another 3, before living on the other side of town, so I've been in town for 20-plus years. Biggest challenge here, or one of the biggest challenges here, is that right-hand turn. That right-hand turn, there's a height on that corner that's probably about 12 to 14 feet. You come around that corner, you can't see where he's proposing to come out of there. So anybody coming left out of there, good chance of getting T-boned. And if it gets backed up, the person coming off, good chance of rear-ended somebody. The challenge coming off of Route 9 is people are going anywhere between 60 and 80 miles an hour in that section, right? Everybody knows it, come flying through there, they're trying to get to 495. You can't slow down enough to get off of there. People are pushing you, and they're forcing you to go way faster than you want to go to get around that corner. So I'm concerned about my kids. I'm concerned about that corner going in, coming on west. Now, we all know the challenges of getting off and getting onto west, so flag to going west, huge problem too, because you've got the weave problem. So when you're looking and you think the lane is open, you've got somebody in the middle lane that's going 60 to 80 miles an hour that all of a sudden decides they want to get into the right lane, right? And there's real potential for problems. It's much safer if he comes off of Route 9. If the curb cut is on 9, closest to Nan's, it gives him plenty of space to get in and out. So my suggestion would be to use the curb cut that's on Route 9, and I don't think that we want to set any precedence of creating commercial road cuts on Flag Road. It's a bad idea. I don't care if the cars come out on Route 9 and decide to go to Flag, so be it. They can do that if they want to. The bigger problem is that triangle right there is extremely dangerous, and I don't think the town wants to take on that liability. Thank you.
Thank you.
John's only here because he wants me to develop his mom's lot on Route 9, by the way.
I said I have a much better spot.
Okay, John, sit down.
There's a much
Sit
better
down, John.
spot for you.
Go ahead.
I'm more worried about the action.
It's your turn.
And I will read you the communication if you'd like to.
You're going to need a microphone, Mr. Bartolini.
All right, I'm going to cover Vito's thing with mine.
Jack came prepared with a board. He heard that we like the board. Jack, nice job.
I didn't want to bring Peter with me. So, anyway, this is Nan's, Route 9. And what I'm asking you for is under 174.13C, the planning board may reduce or modify this requirement if the judgment is strict compliance would create a substantial hardship due to existing conditions such as lot size, location of existing buildings, and environmental conditions. This is your landscape bylaw, which gives you the right to waive these trees. So what I don't want to have happen is I don't want my building blocked by this. Vito's done a great job pulling this back. My floor here is at elevation 338. His floor is at 353.5. The difference is 15 feet. So if you're standing here, and this is Nian's, that ceiling up there is where his parking lot is. So that's 15.6. I measured it the other day. Karina and I did. So it's 15 feet. There's a build-up here, and then we're planting trees. It's walking away from me. Oh. So there is a build-up here as you come up, and here. And I don't mind that. He's fine. But coming down from here, at this elevation here, I want to be able to have cars see this site. As Howard has said, and John Green has said, we're planting trees here and we're blocking the vision here. And they're right. So I'd like to have you guys waive these trees so that people traveling this way can see Nian's. You're planting
So you want the building to be seen?
No, I want, yes, I want to be able to have a line of sight into the building. Nian's is a destination, but it's also a quick service restaurant. People make their judgment, and if you're going here at 60 miles an hour, they need to see this to say, oh, I'll go there, and then they can flip around and come
What
back.
about the attractive sign out front?
Well, attractive sign is helpful, but, you know, the forest here is not going to allow people to see.
But I mean,
Too strong of a word?
you can't see the building now. You can see the sign.
No, you can see the building now, right here. I've driven it like 3 or 4 times in the past since I found out about this. You can see it.
So you're saying no trees in the front?
He doesn't want the trees. I would like to do away with at least 4 of them. If you want to do away with more, that's up to you. But these bottom 4, you've got the right to waive it. You've got the right to move them. You can put them up here if you want. I don't know. I don't know how much he wants to get rid of. If you don't want any of them there, that's fine too. This is a big hill now. This is going to be a hill. So you're going to set the tree on top of a 7-foot, 8-foot fill. Now you're really blocking the line of sight. So I'm just asking you to help out Nian's and business in Southborough. But you understand what I'm saying? Whoop.
I don't know if you realize how much of a tree hugger I am, Jack.
Oh, I do. I know. I know. But how much do you like chicken?
I don't eat meat.
So anyway, that was that. And then I talked to Vito about these spillways off the drainage, and evidently Fuss and O'Neill asked for them. They're not necessary, but they point load water going down the hills, which you really don't need to have. That's just something to consider. The underground basins here, storage drainage basins, subsurface, they put an overflow on them. Normally you don't put an overflow on them. They just back up and they go out the catch basins that are existing. They put an overflow on them. Fuss and O'Neill, was it right, Vito? Fuss and O'Neill wanted them to put these point source overflows that are going to come out. And what happens, they're pointed at, this one's pointed at my building, this one will come out onto Route 9 and go down. But they'll all head towards this corner. This is the low spot. I mean, this is at 334 right here. And this is up around 352 or so. Thank you. So, anyway.
Thank you.
I'd appreciate it if you take it into consideration.
The forest.
Yes, ma'am.
Freddie Gillespie, Chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission. With the native plants, I didn't get an updated list, so the one if I got it, I missed it, because the one I have is full of non-native or cultivars.
You don't have it yet.
Okay.
We didn't distribute it to the town departments, but it's on my counter if you want to take it tonight.
Okay, so I'd like the opportunity to weigh in on that, and then for safety and other reasons, if they are asking you to waive trees, which, we're big tree proponents as well, but there can be some mitigation maybe with adding shrubs if they're far enough back that, and certainly willing to talk with Jack and the property owner, but, or the proponent. And, you know, putting them other places on the property if it's not, if there's a place for it so that it's not blocking visibility and the safety and all those other reasons, I'm not going to object, but I would like, don't just get rid of them without putting something else, maybe some shrubs that aren't that tall, that aren't gonna, and I don't know, I have to go look at it. One question, is the big tree, that the older tree that's growing there now, is that going? What? No. Can you save that and you get rid of all the rest? No. Okay, so yeah, you need some trees, but maybe there's a way of, if the planning board's willing to look at that. And maybe there's some shrubs you could use instead, or small trees that don't meet the exact requirements. So, thank you.
Mimi, can I ask a question? So, and again, I still say I'm new on planning board because I'm still a baby at 2 years, but is there a way within the planning board's purview, so if we don't necessarily put the trees there, wouldn't it be great if they donated some trees and they were able to go to some of these other spots in town that we've taken hundreds of trees down in the last, year? Is that plausible to even consider doing that?
Anything's plausible.
I'm just thinking, I don't want to lose the opportunity, because we are tree huggers. I don't want to lose the opportunity for trees, but if that's not the best place for them, maybe we could mitigate it and find a better place. So we don't just say, okay, we'll take them off because it's a safety issue, but I'm sure we could find a better home. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Ellen Joyce, 54 Deerfoot Road. I agree, welcome to town for the business, we need it, and it's a good spot. I'd probably even use it, and I can drive my car up and walk home while you're working on my car. But I'm really concerned about the entrance on Flag Road. Like I said, it's a high-level corner, it's dangerous. Like I said, somebody comes around there, they're gonna have cars and trucks pulling out. I just don't think it's the safest spot. And where you said it's the property, well, the property is Turnpike Road, it's not a Flag Road property. And there already is a curb cut there, and I drove up and down Route 9 today, and I could not find any other business on Route 9 in Southborough that their only entrance and exit was on a small side road in town. I just think you've got the curb cut on Route 9, it's a Route 9 business, they should be coming in 9. Thank you.
Anyone else? What's your feeling about shrubs, Jack? I won't put you on the spot.
I like the meadow.
Grass.
We were talking about a meadow.
Anyone on Zoom? Yes, please.
Christy, can you hear us? Let me see. I have to unmute her. Hold on. Oh, where is she?
Sorry.
Oh, there she is. Okay, she was.
Christy DeMary, 18 Flag Road, 25-year resident. The third lane of Route 9 is there for a reason. So people that need to access the businesses leading up to 495 can do so. That's what it's there for. That's what I use to get onto Flag Road, to go to Nan's, to do whatever I need to do. Doing that hairpin turn and then expecting to be able to get in and out of that place without accidents happening is unrealistic. I would ask that you please consult with MassDOT. You already have a curb cut. It's a business. You should be able to access it from Route 9. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe a conversation with MassDOT is in your future?
Can I
Yes,
ask one
sir.
more question? Has the police chief looked at this? Or is a safety study?
He is provided a copy
But has he
of
commented
the
yet?
application. I have not received comment.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate his professional opinion before anything happens with this, because he is the expert. One more comment. You mentioned that most of your heaviest traffic is on Saturday. Interestingly enough, if you look at the traffic studies, funny enough, that's Flags Road's interesting, most busy day too, because everyone's doing their errands at the same time. So again, something to consider as people try to make that left, et cetera. Again, we strongly encourage you to talk to MassDOT and get the correct entrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
No more.
No one else here? No one on Zoom?
No.
I make a motion to move the discussion or continue to the discussion of 361 Turnpike Road, Valvoline Instant Oil Change Minor Site Plan to February 24th, 2025.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brashear, yes.
Before you continue, do you want to consider the extension to go beyond the date that we have here, February 28th? If we extend the date the planning board has to act, maybe we make it March 14th? Because that would be February 24th meeting and then also the March 10th. Because you still need to get follow-up review, which will likely not come back within 2 weeks.
Oh,
And then you
Plus O'Neill's
respond.
not gonna, don't think we'll get it back in 2 weeks.
They might, but all I'm saying is that you're continued to the next meeting.
Okay.
But the action deadline, just postpone it to the 4 days after the March 10th meeting. The planning board can close and vote sooner than that, but then we don't have to send you another extension request, and they just get continued.
Sounds fine.
So that's the decision due
Yep.
date?
Yeah.
So,
Just the decision due date.
So we can just cross it off here.
okay. Do I need to make a motion for that?
Yes.
Okay, I make a motion for extending the decision due date for 361 Turnpike Road, Valvoline Station Minor Site Plan to March 14th, 2025.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brashear, yes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you in a couple weeks.
Yep.
Have a great conversation with Matthew.
Let me know if you have any questions.
Thanks, Jack, for bringing the board.
Do I need it for next meeting?
We do have Kevin from St. Mark's. Should I go ahead and elevate him? Actually, I'm going to move you to a panelist. And Anthony Cleves.
Hello.
So the next item on the agenda is a discussion item, St. Mark's School parking lot and Marlborough Road as-built.
Would you like me to?
Karina, take it away.
Okay. So the St. Mark's School parking lot at the corner of Marlborough Road and Common Street, St. Mark's Road, as you know, it got built, and Fuss & O'Neill provided the construction phase services, and including as-built review. So St. Mark's School provided as-built, and we provided that to Fuss & O'Neill for review. They had some comments. Some of the comments were related to that they weren't, they were pushed forward to being picked up in the as-built. So I tracked that And what we had is, I reviewed the letter and I provided some follow-up comments to St. Mark's School, and one said, I received a certifying letter. So it was, my records indicate that the layout change at the site entrance was approved during construction, and the change was picked up in the as-built as required. So that was one of Fuss and O'Neill's comments, and I verified that. Number two, Fuss and O'Neill may not have been privy to the Bigelow Nursery's plant list and neonicotinoids documentation we received from Brendan Carey, who was the landscape architect from A.T. Leonard. The attached document that I provided indicated the planting submittal matched the approved site plans in the attached 2024 non-neonicotinoid certification info that was provided and acceptable. In addition, the New England Wetlands plants list for the meadow grass seed mix was also acceptable, and that was attached to you. Third was the attached copy of an email indicated the substitution of 3 eastern redbud trees and 3 oak trees was acceptable. In addition, A.T. Leonard, the landscape architect, provided the attached as-built certifying letter regarding 3 minor deviations from the project plans. These include shifted location of the beech tree, the installation of 6 red osier dogwoods instead of 5, and the switched location of the sweet pepper bush and the red osier dogwood for better spacing. And then comments number 4 and 5 from Fuss and O'Neill. There was no comment. They were satisfied. So I reviewed everything, and everything's in order. And the as-bills have been provided. They're stamped as a certifying letter. So it's my opinion that they're good to go with the as-bill.
Ms. Houlihan?
I have no questions.
Ms. DeMaria?
No comments, thanks. Thanks very much, Karina.
Ms. Braccio?
No comments, thank you, Karina.
Yeah, thank you, Karina. I'm good.
So, is it consensus that the planning board accepts the as-built? I don't think a vote is required. We just have them accepted. All right, so they're done.
I accept.
Oh, yes, I accept.
All right, thanks. Anthony and Kevin. Sorry you had to wait so long. Maybe they have a comment. Maybe they're not there. Oh, they are.
No, Anthony Cleves from Haley Ward. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate having an opportunity for you guys to review that. And it's nice. Karina, thank you very much for your review. That's you do a great job. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is a discussion item, 250 Turnpike Road, 40B status, planning board comments to ZBA.
So Mimi had provided me some comments based on the last planning board meeting. Colleen and I didn't receive any other comments. So I took that information and provided it to you so you could, if it triggered your mind, if you had any additional comments you want us to add. And this is for the 250 Turnpike 40B project currently with the zoning board.
Any further comments? Ms. Houlihan?
No, I just want to say I did pull out, I did look at the new plan that was posted on ZBA. I just was mentally tapped. I saw your comments come in, and I think it meets all the things that we had discussed, and really appreciate you taking the time to provide the comments to Karina and Karina for typing them up. So no comments.
Ms. DeMaria?
Yeah, I thought the letter looked great also. Thanks for doing that. I don't have any comments.
Ms. Braccio?
No additional comments, again, thank you.
Okay, so away we go.
So I will take the draft mark off and we'll submit that to the ZBA.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Next, planners report.
quickly, every year we have a year-end disposition, a financial one that came from 2007, the zoning amendment project that was on the books then, and there was residual money that wasn't used after the ZAC effort went away. And it's approximately $7,330. So every year they ask me, do we want to roll it over or not? But this year, the accountant is asking, they really want to clear it out because to them, it looks like a stale, stagnant, and it's unused, so the auditors are saying, you need to clear out some of these funds. I would like to have the opportunity to use this, and Carla, our accountant, was looking into what can I do with that money. So she did send me an email, but I have to have a chance to talk to her about it. So just so you know, typically I'll talk to Mimi about it when she comes by the office, and she gives me the go to roll it over or not. And I just want to find out what we can use it for legitimately, because it has to match the warrant article language of what they were doing. So, but that's there. They do want to free it up because it's been sitting there for 9 years, from before I started.
So has it been the same for 9 years, or have we used any of it?
We haven't used any.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
For all the zoning stuff we've
right.
updated, we
Because
haven't?
I've had budget that we carried for it.
Oh.
Yeah, I probably, I could have paid more attention.
Can we make a bonus for you?
Oh, okay. Rusty tip. So I'll talk to Mimi about this offline if you're all right with that, when I get feedback on it. The EDC coordinator did give a resignation, but she may have opportunity for contract. I don't know where that's going. But her last day is the 21st. We have a meeting tomorrow with the zoning amendment working group, which she'll be attending because she had put a lot of effort into the industrial park zoning information.
Just a comment on that. That's a huge loss for the town. And Leah was a huge asset. And I'm just concerned because town meeting in September voted to make the current EDC position full-time as of 1/1/25. And there was some decision made to not do that. And I don't know how the vote of town meeting can be defied. And I did send an email to one of the select board members asking that question and have not received the courtesy of a reply. So I don't understand how you can defy town meeting like that.
Just a comment. I think Leah is amazing. I think that she was just such a treasure to this town, and it is really disheartening for all the volunteer efforts that we get. What she's done and how much time she puts into things, and her commitment, her knowledge. She's the real deal, and it's just super heartbreaking that she's leaving the town. And I mean, maybe there's a chance we'd get someone to replace her, but the fact that we have a full-time approved town meeting person and this was not levied appropriately is really disheartening. And Leah, I know you're out there, so just know that you had a huge fan base in the planning board, and we're going to be really sad to see you go.
Can I add something, Mimi? I as well am disheartened isn't even a good word for the good work that Leah did. Leah, if you're watching this, you changed my opinion of the work that the EDC does. I have been so impressed with you and everything you did. Take this as very high praise because I can be a very tough cookie on this, but you really did an amazing job, and I don't know how the town replaces you, and it is very unfortunate that you are leaving, and just know that you will be extremely missed. You had a lot of support in this town, and with so much going on and all the talk about Route 9, to lose you now, I think is such a detriment, and it's we, the taxpayers, that lose. So I wish you the very best at your next endeavor. And I just can't thank you enough for everything that you did, and know that you touched, and you changed a lot of people's opinions on a lot of things in this town, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to let you know there was discussion of this issue at Saturday's budget. I'm still Tim Litt from Woodland Road.
I know.
There was discussion of this particular issue at the Budget Summit on Saturday, so you might want to ask for an update. 'Cause there were some, I don't want to report on the outcome, but you should get an update.
Okay, thanks.
I tried.
I mean, it's new as of Saturday.
Hi, Leah, go ahead.
Just wanted to unmute and thank you all for your kind comments. And I've enjoyed working with you. I am forever impressed with the amount of time and energy that you all commit on a regular basis. And so I commend you for that, and I know you're going to keep doing your best for the town. I can't really speak to what happened necessarily as of the first of the year. I will say that I do have some family illness going on out west that was going to require me to have some flexibility in the job probably over the next year. And I think, possibly what the town was looking for and what I'm able to commit wasn't necessarily going to align. So that did weigh into the decision. But in the short term, it may be that there is an opportunity for me to continue on some fronts, particularly where Route 9 is concerned. The grant that we were looking to pursue for a corridor study, which would, look at traffic issues like what's going on with the Valvoline station. I've been tuned in all night tonight. It is something that we want to see, additional business there. I don't tend to comment on things if I feel like everything that can be commented upon is being addressed. But I am tuned in, I am paying attention, and I will be doing so through the 21st and possibly beyond that date. So I'll keep you all posted on that front. And in the meantime, thank you all very much for the opportunity. I've really enjoyed working with you all. And I have all faith that Southborough has all of the brains and the wherewithal to solve some of the zoning issues and forward the master plan goals for the town. So I just want to encourage you all and commend you for the good work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anything else?
Yes, just quickly. Thanks, Leah. The governor is refiling a bill next week. This was January 24th. That will include making hybrid and remote meetings permanent. So when that comes through, because I think the deadline is March 2025. Okay. We did receive a letter, I might have mentioned this last time, from UHLC saying that we're still in interim compliance while they review our application. And that's it. And we have meeting minutes. Once that, if you've had a chance to look at
I
it.
have not had a chance to
That's
look
okay.
at. Has anyone read
Do you
meeting
want-
minutes?
I did. Did you guys? I did, but it's okay, we can wait.
Well, that's, if you guys are fine with them, I'm good.
Yeah, that was good. You were good? Right.
I make a motion to approve the January 27th, 2025 minutes.
And I second?
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Latrell abstain.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Thank you and good night.